Good afternoon. Call on the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Transport to grace us with prayers.
Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things be ordered upon the best and surest foundation for the glory of thy name and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign King, Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the governor of our islands, the premier, the Speaker of Parliament, the Leader of Opposition, Ministers of Cabinet, ex officio members, members of Parliament, and the Chief Justice and the members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated. Proceedings are now resumed.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of messages and announcements.
I have one quick announcement. In accordance with Standing Order 72, I'd like to take a moment to announce that I have nominated the Honorable Attorney General to be the chairman of the Select Committee that will be overseeing the Gambling Amendment Bill 2022.
Reading by the Honourable, presentation of petitions.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports. Report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes in accordance with Section 25 of the Public Management and Finance Act for the financial years ended 31st of December 2020 and 31st of December 2021. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee.
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes in accordance with Section 25 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the financial years ended 31st of December 2020 and 31st of December 2021.
Does the Deputy Premier wish to speak there too?
Very briefly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we went through this already this morning, Finance Committee, but just for the listening public and those tuning in, the adjustments that we made in 2020 largely related to COVID-related expenses that were incurred under the previous administration, and this is more tied-up exercise. And then for 2021, the bulk of it was actually the realignment of ministries following the April 2021 general election, where some different responsibilities, ministerial responsibilities, were transferred to different ministers for incoming new government. I also want to take the chance against Madam Speaker to once again thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues opposite for the cooperation in terms of getting this done quickly. Thank you.
Report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes in accordance with Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act for the financial year ending 31st of December 2020 to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honorable Parliament the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes in accordance with Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the financial year ending 31st of December 2022.
Does the Honorable Deputy Premier wish to speak thereto?
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, just to note that that report actually contained two items. One was a non-cash charge on depreciation for a little over 6.5 million as a result of assets being revalued, and also one for roughly 135,000 to create a permanent position within the regiment.
Questions, Honourable Ministers and members of the Cabinet?
The Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the suspension of Standing Orders 23, 7, and 8 in order to allow questions to be put and answered after the hour of 11.
Question is that Standing Order 23, 7, and 8 be suspended to allow questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no? The ayes have it.
The elected member for Georgetown North to ask the Honourable Premier Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resilience. Question number 11.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask a question in my name to the Honourable Premier Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resilience. Question number 11. Can the Honourable Premier update the House and the public on the progress of the Regen Waste to Energy project, including whether he will meet his planned timeline for financial close?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the member from Georgetown North for his question. Madam Speaker, the answer. Significant progress continues to be made between the Cayman Islands government and the DART consortium to complete project negotiations for the development of Regen. As I have previously stated or shared, the PACT administration was not handed a fully negotiated contract to simply carry forward and execute. Madam Speaker, there were a staggering number of outstanding items to financial close, the majority of which were showing as not yet agreed and represented significant issues remaining to be addressed. In addition, there are significant, and some might say critical, examples of issues that have come to light, and these include, firstly, that the project plans did not include or did not have any space allocated for the Department of Environmental Health to continue their solid waste collection operations. Secondly, the project agreement signed in March 2021, a mere 3 weeks before the election, did not include the sister islands and the collection of waste there. Madam Speaker, for Regen to benefit everyone in the Cayman Islands. It is important to ensure that plans are in place to provide sustainable waste management for our sister islands of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman as well. As we have continued our negotiations, the projected timeline to financial close, as agreed between the parties, has necessarily continued to shift. I cannot go into too much detail as to the reasons for the current delay due to the fact that negotiations are still very active. While negotiations continue in earnest to accomplish this as quickly as possible, I am informed that the parties now expect financial close for the project to be in early 2023. Thank you.
Are there any supplementary questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one supplementary question. Can the Honourable Premier confirm that the sister islands were included in the original RFP for the waste energy project?
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me a minute to confer. Madam Speaker, in response, and I thank the member for the supplementary question, in response, as I understand it, the original RFP did include the sister islands, but subsequently, during the negotiations to get to the point of having the signed project agreement, the transportation and the dealing with waste from the sister islands to bring it over to Grand Cayman to facilitate utilizing it in connection with the Regen project, or the Regen facility, when it was ultimately completed, was descoped or removed.
The elected member for Georgetown North to ask Honourable Premier, Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resilience, question number 12.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask a question in my name to the Honourable Premier, Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resilience. The question reads, can the Honourable Premier advise how the country's refuse being dumped at the Georgetown landfill is being managed and how the usable lifespan of the existing landfill has been impacted by the delays in the Project Regen?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I thank the Honourable Member from Georgetown North for his question. Madam Speaker, the answer: all materials entering the landfill are weighed and recorded at the landfill scale according to waste type in tons. The waste materials allocated for disposal in the landfill are directed to the topping area. Materials such as marl and vegetation waste are used as waste cover prior to compaction under or using heavy machinery. A new compactor is on its way to Grand Cayman and should arrive on island in January of 2023. Recyclables, hazardous waste, and medical waste are treated separately. Cardboard or paper, aluminum or tin, and plastics number 1 and number 2 are processed and baled for export to be recycled overseas. Biomedical waste is incinerated, and hazardous waste is segregated by type for appropriate processing. Thanks to the rigorous efforts of the Department of Environmental Health, the DEH team, there have been no odor complaints for the Georgetown landfill in the past 8 months. To ensure the Northwest Extension tipping area has sufficient capacity to continue landfilling operations while the new regen facilities are being developed, the joint project team is actively identifying waste reduction strategies and opportunities for revising the current tipping area. Taken together, Madam Speaker, these tactics will ensure landfill capacity up to October 2026. Madam Speaker, these efforts are necessary in no small part due to the previous administration's focus on progressing the remediation of the main mound at the Georgetown landfill rather than on completing contract negotiations for regen. While the ongoing landfill capping project provides a number of important benefits to our community, Madam Speaker, including significantly improving the visual appearance of the main mound, it has, unfortunately, also had the effect of greatly reducing the level of flexibility for continuing landfilling operations in the interim. Despite the constraints that we inherited with this important national project, Madam Speaker, the PACT administration is committed to working alongside the DART consortium to finalize contract negotiations and progress development of regen within a workable time frame which facilitates the Cayman Islands transition away from the currently unsustainable practice of managing waste primarily through landfilling to an integrated, more sustainable waste management system. Thank you.
Are there any supplement? The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Premier for that answer. Just to let him know that I don't know about complaints, but I can tell you there's a lot of odor coming from the landfill, including the smell of the fire yesterday. Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Premier say whether or not a statement for the method of remediation and management of the Georgetown landfill had ever been issued or approved by the Department of Environmental Health? Sorry, by the Department of Environment, not Environmental Health.
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member for the question, but I would be grateful if he could provide some clarification on what specifically he is asking that DOE or Department of Environment has or has not approved. And I would say that I don't have any information. I'm not aware of any information that I would have at the moment to be able to share with him in respect of some sort of standard. So I would have to provide that response to him subsequently in writing, which I happily undertake to do, but I would like to get clarification on the specifics of the question. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Premier for the response and his undertaking to get the answer in writing, and I'm happy to provide further detail. My question was whether or not the Department of Environment had ever issued a statement or instructions on the remediation and management of the Georgetown landfill, and whether those recommendations are being followed.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I do not have that information to hand, and I do not have the assistance available to provide the answer to that specific question. So I will undertake to the honourable member to follow up specifically to obtain the answer and provide it to him in writing. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Premier for that and look forward to that response. Just so that I'm not being misled, can the Honourable Premier confirm that there have been, if there has been any fires recently at the landfill?
The Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure why the honourable member would think that I am misleading him at all. No. So so that you are not misleading. I only saw it in one news. Madam Speaker, I have not had an official confirmation myself, but I did see an indication, so, possibly in the same news media, that there was some evidence of a small fire or perhaps something which was causing smoke anyway. So I don't have the specifics in relation to that, but there was some indication, so certainly in the media or on social media, to that effect, Madam Speaker. As the member knows, and as all members will know, this does happen from time to time, but it is so curious that it seems to happen whenever we have Parliament. But, Madam Speaker, that I'm happy to get the specifics and provide that confirmation to the member in writing as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Suggesting a parliamentarian setting it afire?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Premier for that answer. And I can say to the Honourable Premier that my sources have told me there's been a few deep burning fires, and I can confirm that yesterday morning, as I live within a half mile of the landfill, that I saw smoke. And they always say where you see smoke, there's usually some fire. Madam Speaker, one more question for the Premier, and it may be a question or a suggestion, but considering that the Mount Trashmore had reached the end of its useful lifespan, and one of the reasons that the decision was made to move forward with capping it was to stop these sorts of fires from happening, which the last big one we had, everyone can agree, created tremendous levels of health and safety threats for the people of Courts Road, Watlers Road, Marbell Drive, Parkway, Kintyre, all the way down to Jasmine. My concern now, Madam Speaker, is that with the drier weather and the higher winds, these are making the conditions perfect for a major fire. Can the Premier say whether or not there is a fire watch post or someone posted there to watch the fires at night? For instance, an example would be if you have a project or a building that the fire alarm system becomes faulty, the planning department issues or insists that they put a watchman on in case there's a fire. Can the Premier say whether or not that is taking place at the landfill?
Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. At this point, I am unable to confirm whether there is a specific watch. I do know, Madam Speaker, that the site is monitored frequently. I do not know, and I'm not able to confirm whether there's any specific sort of dedicated person or mechanism through which it is monitored on a consistent basis. So I will again confirm that for the honourable member and provide the response to him in writing.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, if I could just add, I have been, and I will say reliably informed, that there is a 24-hour security guard present who specifically also keeps an eye out for any evidence of fire activity. So I'm assuming that they will keep an eye out. If they observe anything, they will attend and try to assess what's happening and then report it on to the Cayman Islands Fire Service. Further than that, Madam Speaker, I will provide the response in writing to confirm.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Premier for that response, and I look forward to the confirmation. And Madam Speaker, my reasoning for asking that is that, as the Premier said in a previous statement, anyone driving by can see how close and I think there's some works happening there now, so it's even closer to the road. But what many people don't know is that being that close to the road puts it very, very close to several residential areas, across the street. Such as, like I said, such as Parkway and Kintyre and where Jasmine, and also to the south would be Marbell, Courts Road and Watlers Road. And so just so those persons can sleep, go to bed at night with that peace of mind that if there is a fire, someone would be there to notify the authorities.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I appreciate the observation, and I confirm that, as I'm advised, there is someone assessing that. Madam Speaker, of course, we do know that that part of the landfill was designed in the overall project that was approved under the previous administration as the area in which the tipping would continue until, or the collection of refuse would continue until Project Regen comes on stream. So we certainly have every intention, Madam Speaker, of trying to ensure that any sort of inconvenience, any nuisance, and certainly no fires, if possible, occur, which would bring any kind of inconvenience or concern or health issues for any of the members, any of the citizens of our country who live in the areas that have been mentioned by the honourable member, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Next one. Okay. The elected member for Georgetown South to ask the Honourable Minister of Education, question number 13.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note that, and we note that the member for Georgetown South tendered her apologies for this morning, unable to be here. Just wonder if crave your indulgence to allow me to ask questions on her behalf.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 13, standing in the name of the member for Georgetown South, to ask the Honourable Minister of Education. Can the Honourable Minister share with the House the targets for improvement that she has set for mathematics passes for Year 11 students?
Honorable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for invoking Standing Order 23.3. The answer to targets to be set for Year 11 mathematics passes in the coming years is an increase by 5% points each year for the next 3 years.
The elected member for Georgetown South to ask the Honourable Minister of Education, question number 14.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 14, standing in the name of the member for Georgetown South, to ask the Honourable Minister of Education. Can the Honourable Minister advise the House what role she expects teaching assistants to play in improving education standards? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The role of assistant teachers in improving education standards is critical. Through collaborative planning with the classroom teacher, assistant teachers provide support and assistance to in-class teaching through small group or individual student support. Assistant teachers are also utilized to conduct before in-class pullout or after-class sessions for students if there is a requirement for support for students exhibiting a greater need for targeted support through interventions, whether in mathematics or English. Interventions are best proven to work when they are implemented with fidelity, that is, within the time period recommended, with the frequency recommended. Assistant teachers also provide significant additional capacity to guarantee the fidelity of the interventions and ultimately their success. The key role of preparing the class for learning as a task for assistant teachers cannot be understated. Preparation and allocation of resources to support the lesson is expertly done by quality assistant teachers who may oftentimes themselves be qualified teachers. The Ministry of Education and indeed the Department of Education Services are pleased to report that in January 2023, 40, that is 40, new assistant teacher posts will be filled for our government primary schools as per the government strategic policy statement. An additional 40 assistant teachers will be employed for the start of the 2023-2024 academic year. The additional hires for our government schools are multi-intentioned to ensure that every government classroom in primary schools and provisioning up to year 9 in high schools will benefit from an assistant teacher supporting in the classrooms to ensure relevant interventions to support students in the acquisition of knowledge and skills in core subject areas are conducted with fidelity, as well as to provide for qualified cover when our teachers are out sick or absent from the respective classrooms.
Statements by honourable ministers and members of the Cabinet.
I have given leave to the Honorable Premier to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement, putting on record, really, our comments from the government in relation to the retirement of Sir Anthony Smellie and the appointment of the new Chief Justice, Honourable Margaret Ramsey Hale, as well as other related and important matters. Madam Speaker, 2022 has certainly been a year of many important milestones in our country. In particular, Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight some of these history-making events which have been occurring in our judiciary, and to register on behalf of this Honourable House our sincere appreciation and congratulations. Madam Speaker, one of the hallmarks of a strong and healthy democracy is a fully independent and highly respected judiciary. Well, Madam Speaker, suffice it to say that we in the Cayman Islands enjoy a well-deserved global reputation for judicial excellence. For this, Madam Speaker, we owe a great debt of gratitude to our former Chief Justice, Sir Anthony Smellie, who has been rightly recognized for providing strong leadership and unparalleled service to law and justice in the Cayman Islands and the wider Caribbean, and I dare say including the rest of the world, Madam Speaker, over the last 30 years as a judge with nearly 25 years as Chief Justice. Sir Anthony's incredible journey in our legal and judicial system began in 1983 when he arrived in the Cayman Islands to serve as Principal Crown Counsel and Solicitor General from 1983 to 1992. He acted as Acting Attorney General for most of 1992. Then in January 1993, he was appointed Judge of the Grand Court, going on to become the Chief Justice in June 1998. In 2018, he was appointed to Bermuda's Court of Appeal. Madam Speaker, time will not allow me to list the many achievements and accomplishments during Sir Anthony's illustrious career. But arguably, overseeing the growth and development of a modern and internationally renowned judiciary sits at the very top of the pile. As but one example of this growth, Madam Speaker, let us for a moment ponder that the Cayman Islands Handbook and Businessman's Guide 1980 cites that the established judiciary and quasi-judiciary then comprised only 3 officers: Chief Justice Sir John Summerfield, Magistrate Mr. Winton Hercules, and Clerk of the Court Mr. Richard Edwards. Recalling that Sir Anthony arrived in 1983, it was likely that he found a very modest legal and judicial infrastructure. As cited in the Cayman Islands Judiciary 2019 to 21 retrospective, if we fast forward to today, there are 5 permanently appointed magistrates, including the Chief Magistrate, 3 acting magistrates, and 8, including the Chief Justice, permanently appointed Grand Court judges, 4 of whom are appointed exclusively to the Financial Services Division. In addition, an active panel of 16 acting judges is called upon from time to time to undertake prearranged stints, each typically for 4 to 6 weeks annually. The panel of acting judges assists with the criminal and general civil workload of the court. There are 8 established Court of Appeal judges, including the President. So, Madam Speaker, in summary, the Cayman Islands boasts a judiciary of 35 judicial officers, including acting positions. There is a clerk of court, and at the time of the publication of the report, 3 deputy clerks of court were on staff. Madam Speaker, earlier this year, in what was to be the final Queen's birthday honours, and as part of Her late Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations, Sir Anthony Smellie was appointed as a Knight Commander of the most distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, which I noted in a statement to this Honourable House was a most fitting exclamation point on a very distinguished legal and judicial career. And so, Madam Speaker, I note the words of the late Dr. Miles Monroe, who stated, "There is no success without successors." For 2022, saw the successful transition of leadership of our judiciary from Sir Anthony Smellie, who had confirmed his well-deserved retirement, to our first ever female Chief Justice, the Honourable Margaret Ramsey Hale. In accordance with the Cayman Islands Constitution, the Judicial and Legal Services Commission undertook a formal recruitment exercise for the post of Chief Justice. Further to this recruitment exercise by the JLSC, His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, OBE, appointed Justice Margaret Ramsey Hale as the Chief Justice, effective 26th October 2022. Madam Speaker, Her Ladyship, the Honourable Chief Justice, is no stranger to our community. She first moved to Cayman in September 1998 and served as a magistrate in the summary court for 10 years before being promoted to Chief Magistrate. We will no doubt recall the impact of her time serving as magistrate and Chief Magistrate, as she made substantial contributions to reform in case and court administration while advocating for a change in our approach to justice. Indeed, she was instrumental in the shift from incarceration to treatment for drug offenders and the mentally ill. She was also appointed as an acting judge for the Grand Court of the Cayman Islands in 2006, and later appointed member of the Cayman Islands panel of acting Grand Court judges in 2013. However, she left our shores having been appointed as a puisne judge for the Supreme Court of the Turks and Caicos Islands on the 1st of November 2011, becoming the first woman to be appointed to the Supreme Court there. 3 years later, in 2014, she became the first female Chief Justice of the Turks and Caicos Islands and served there faithfully until 10th January 2020, when she returned to Grand Cayman, having been appointed a judge of the Grand Court of the Cayman Islands by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper. There's no doubt, Madam Speaker, in my mind that our new Chief Justice will build on the successful legacy of Sir Anthony Smellie. A citizen of this community, our Chief Justice, Honourable Margaret Ramsey Hale, has always demonstrated a unique knowledge and connectivity to the people of the Cayman Islands. Her incredible intellect, combined with a deft, common touch, has endeared her to the people of the Cayman Islands. And we are fortunate that she considers our islands her home, having raised her family here. Her appointment marks another incredible moment for women in our islands. One more glass ceiling has been shattered, as we have now had women serve at the helm of virtually every major branch of government. In addition to our first female Chief Justice, we've had one female Premier, the member for Cayman Brac East, the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley, 5 female speakers, national hero, the late Honourable Sybil McLaughlin, the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley, the late Honourable Edna Moyle, the Honourable Mary Lawrence, and of course, Madam Speaker, your good self. Now, with last week's announcement of the appointment of Mrs. Jane Owen as the next Governor of the Cayman Islands, who will take up her posting in April 2023, Madam Speaker, the Cayman Islands will have its second female governor, who follows in the footsteps of former Governor Mrs. Helen Kilpatrick. Madam Speaker, these are milestones for which we should be exceedingly proud as a people. The public sector continues to lead by example in the push to ensure women are given opportunities to take up leadership roles. We should continue to press for greater gender equality and for more glass ceilings to be shattered as we strive to live in a fairer and more representative society. The world is watching us, Madam Speaker. The Cayman Islands continues to make its mark as we are recognized for excellence in many critical areas, especially our legal and judicial system. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, there is no greater example of this than another history-making moment which occurred in 2022, and that was the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council sitting in the Cayman Islands from the 15th to the 18th of November. Once again, a first for the Cayman Islands and the UK's overseas territories. Madam Speaker, I wish to record my sincere gratitude to the JCPC President, the Right Honorable the Lord Reed of Alamere, who was accompanied by Deputy President, the Right Honorable the Lord Hodge, the Right Honorable the Lord Lloyd Jones, the Right Honorable the Lord Briggs of Westbourne, and, Madam Speaker, the Right Honorable the Lord Kitchen, for coming to the Cayman Islands to participate in this memorable week of hearings and the community-based activities. In addition to conducting hearings, Madam Speaker, the JCPC engaged in a number of initiatives and meetings with members of our local judiciary, legal practitioners, law school students, and high school and university students in an effort to improve accessibility to our highest court, awareness of the court's significant role in the delivery of justice, and its impact on matters such as our constitutional development and international financial services industry. Madam Speaker, we should pause to reflect on the significance of what just transpired. There's no doubt that the JCPC's acceptance of our invitation was facilitated by the impeccable reputation lost my way here, sorry, 1 second, reputation and record of excellence emanating from our local halls of justice, ably led for so many years by retired former Chief Justice Sir Anthony Smellie, and now Chief Justice Honourable Ramsey Hale. Our good name, Madam Speaker, and our international reputation go before us and continue to serve us well. That is why in every aspect of public life, across all branches of government, we must continue to strive for excellence, integrity, truth, and good governance. The world is watching, and indeed the world continues to come to our shores because of this stellar reputation. Before moving on, Madam Speaker, permit me to add that we recently had as well the announcement of a female superintendent of police, Mrs. Wendy Parchment from West Bay. So I think it is important to add that to the record as well in terms of the achievement of women in this country, Madam Speaker. They're all excellent role models and examples for the young women of this country. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to express on behalf of the government and all members of this Honourable House our sincere gratitude to Sir Anthony for his dedication, exemplary service, and commitment to the people of the Cayman Islands, and extend to Chief Justice Ramsey Hale our heartfelt congratulations, delight, and confidence that she'll continue to steer our judicial administration to even greater heights. Today, we should all stand united in pride that our Constitution continues to work as it was designed, and that we have capable and visionary women such as the Chief Justice, the Honourable Ramsey Hale, and indeed your good self, Madam Speaker, who are taking up the mantle of leadership, or in your case, the robe and wig, to lead our independent branches of government in this most memorable and extraordinary of years, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I've also given leave to the Honourable Minister for Education to make a few statements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first of three statements dealing with Section 11.5, exceptional circumstances, will be for the year 2021 supplementary appropriation. Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me with the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honourable House the exceptional circumstances appropriation changes which have resulted in the supplementary appropriations initiated by the Ministry of District Administration Lands for 2021 under Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision. Madam Speaker, Cabinet was asked to consider the following request for reallocation within the Ministry of District Administration and Lands appropriation lines so as to satisfy the 2021 expenditure need as follows. Sister Island Home Repairs Assistance. Cayman Brac and Little Cayman do not have the same Cayman Islands government support framework as in Grand Cayman as it relates to home repairs. As such, provision of assistance for home repairs is extended to the residents of the Sister Islands through TP 626, Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance. This assistance has been significant in assisting indigent persons with necessary home repairs. The funding is needed in order to ensure the continuation of the program. The result is an increase of 144,000 CI dollars for TP 626, Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance, and a corresponding decrease of EA 139 Little Cayman Boat Launch Ramp by 144,000 as there was projected savings in this appropriation. Sister Islands Beaches and Community Cleanup Program. The Sister Island Beaches and Community Cleanup Program engages many unemployed on Cayman Brac and Little Cayman residents, and a few from Grand Cayman as well, with gainful and meaningful employment to maintain the beauty and picturesque nature of the Sister Islands. This program is vital, Madam Speaker, as it allows unemployed Caymanians in the Sister Islands to be gainfully employed while also understanding the vital task of a full work week. The funding was needed in order to ensure the continuation of that program as well. The result was an increase of 100,000 CI dollars for TP 86, Sister Islands Beaches and Community Cleanup Program, and a corresponding decrease of EA 139 Little Cayman Boat Ramp by $100,000 as there is a projected savings in this appropriation. Land acquisitions. Appropriation EA4, land acquisitions, was increased to support the acquisition of land which unexpectedly became available for sale in 2021. This resulted in an increase of $5,600,000 for EA4 land acquisition and a corresponding decrease to EI 85 in the Ministry of Home Affairs as the Ministry of Home Affairs projected savings in this appropriation. Madam Speaker, additionally, EA4 land acquisitions was increased by $800,000 and a corresponding decrease to EA9 road compensation of $500,000 and EI 85 Ministry of Home Affairs capital allocation for $300,000. Section 12 appropriations. Madam Speaker, I would also take this opportunity to note the appropriation changes initiated by the Ministry of District Administration and Lands for 2021 under Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Land acquisitions. EA4 land acquisitions was increased by $2 million to support the acquisition of lands for future public. DAL1 Core Ministry was increased by $246,584 to cover operational expenses for the new Ministry of District Administration and Lands in the year 2021. DAL2 District Administration. District Administration was increased under DAL2 by $500,000 to cover operational expenses, specifically repairs and maintenance for cottages owned by District Administration and Cayman Brac. EA 55, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman Roads, was increased by $500,000 to allow for ongoing maintenance and construction of roads for the last 6 months of 2021. EA 95, Cemetery Vaults, was increased by $25,000 to allow for the construction of additional cemetery vaults in Cayman Brac in 2021. TP 101, Sister Islands community programs and projects was increased by $25,000 to support Sister Island Sports for the provision of sports programs for the remainder of 2021. TP 66, Sister Island Home Repairs Assistance. As noted earlier, Madam Speaker, provision of assistance for home repairs is extended to the Sister Islands through TP 66, Sister Islands Home Repairs and Assistance. This assistance has been significant in assisting our indigent persons with necessary home repairs. The funding was needed in order to ensure the continuation of the program. The result was an increase of $550,000 for TP 66 through home repairs assistance. TP 86, Sister Island beaches and community cleanup programs. Madam Speaker also mentioned earlier, this Sister Island beaches and community program engages many unemployed Cayman, Little Cayman, and a few Caymanian residents. In order to continue the program through 2021, the appropriation was increased by the $500,000. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to explain the exceptional circumstances which have been resulted in this supplementary appropriation initiated by the Ministry of District Administration and Lands for 2021 fiscal year under Section 11.5 and Section 12 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision. I now turn, Madam Speaker, to the Ministry of Education for the year 2022. Madam Speaker, as required under Section 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision, I make this statement to the members of the Honourable House with respect to the exceptional circumstances, transactions that were approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Education for the period 1st January to 30th November 2022. Such transactions were approved pursuant to Section 9.5, Section 11.5 of the PMFA. This statement provides details of the aforementioned transactions. Firstly, EGA 5, primary education, EGA 6, secondary education. Madam Speaker, funding gaps were identified in order to cover costs for the last quarter of 2022. These appropriation groups were impacted by higher than projected personnel costs, a need for outsourced student services support, increase in utility charges, and an increased depreciation charges on school buildings and computer hardware. Additionally, there was a cost associated with the provision of additional resources in the form of mobile devices for government school employees. As there were no savings identified in other operational expenditure lines, funds were required to be brought forward from 2023 in line with the stipulations of a two-year budget. Therefore, approval was required under Section 9.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase EGA 8 primary school education by $1.2 million in 2022, decrease EGA 5 by $1.2 million for 2023, increase EGA 6 secondary education by $3.9 million in 2022, and decrease EGA 6 secondary education by the said amount, $3.9 for 2023. EGA 8 facilities, management and operational of school support services. Madam Speaker, funding gaps were also identified in order to cover the cost for the last quarter of 2022. Due to higher than budgeted transportation and janitorial services and software costs during the academic year 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023, funds allocated for this appropriation were insufficient to cover all of the costs for 2022. Further impact on this output is the increased school maintenance, the provision of lateral flow testing for staff and students, the refurbishment of the classroom for the dual interest students attending University College of the Cayman Islands, aka UCCI. As there were no savings identified in other operating expenditure lines, funds were required to be brought forward from 2023 in line with the stipulations of the two-year budget. Therefore, Madam Speaker, approval is required under Section 9.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase EGA 8 facilities management and operational school support services by $2 million in 2022 and decrease EGA 8 under the same heading in 2023 by $2 million. TP 30, local and overseas scholarships and bursaries. Madam Speaker, funding gaps again were identified in order to cover costs for the last quarter of 2022. The total projected cost for scholarships related activities for 2022 fiscal year was $22,715,869.11. This results in a funding deficit of $5,016,248.25 for 2022 fiscal year. Again, there were no savings identified, so funds were required to be brought forward from 2023 in line with the stipulation of a two-year budget. Therefore, Madam Speaker, approval is being sought under 9.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase TP 30 local overseas scholarships and bursaries by $5,016,248.25 for 2022 and decrease TP 30 under the same heading, said amount, but from 2023. Madam Speaker, CCO 1, Teaching of Tertiary Level Professional and Vocational Programs. Madam Speaker, the Board of Governors for the University College of the Cayman Islands, UCCI, has various operational functions as a part of its remit under the law. In line with the fees provided to board members of other statutory authorities in December 2021, the board fees were increased. This increase was not included in the allocation for UCCI for the 2022-2023 budget periods. Additionally, a cost of living adjustment, or COLA, was approved for the UCCI staff to offset rising living expenses. The additional cost required to meet the increased fees paid to the Board of Governors at UCCI is $200,000 and a further $82,000 to cover COLA. Approval is being sought by virtue of Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase CCO1 teaching and tertiary level professional and vocational programs by $282,000 and decrease TP 93 public school grants and COVID-19 recovery program by the said amount of $282,000. NGS 91, Public School Meals Program. Madam Speaker, approval of $7,446,271 was granted for free meals in 2022. This allocation was to cover the provision of meals to our government primary schools, the Lighthouse School for the full year of 2022, and the government secondary schools commencing in September 2022. However, Madam Speaker, the secondary schools were brought forward into the program earlier than budgeted and were provided with free meals starting in March of 2022 as opposed to September 2022. The total anticipated cost for the 2022 is $8,196,271, which represents a shortfall of $750,000. Approval is being sought by virtue of 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase NGS 91 Public School Meals Program by $750,000 and decrease TP 93 Public School Grants and COVID-19 Recovery Program by the said amount of $750,000. TP 51, Other Educational and Training Assistance. Madam Speaker, the Wesleyan Christian Academy in West Bay has been undergoing some very serious financial challenges which were brought about by a number of factors. These include damage sustained to the school building during Tropical Storm Grace, increased health and safety requirements due to COVID-19 pandemic, given all parents a 20% reduction in school fees during 2020, as well as a further compassionate payment discount for struggling parents. Increase operating costs such as utilities and insurance. Although the school will be increasing tuition and other fees and has received funding from the church, there is still a significant shortfall in order to continue operating for 2022-2023 academic year. Due to these extenuating circumstances, the Wesleyan Christian Academy has found itself in considering also the social impact on families served by the school. It is befitting to assist in whatever way possible. This assistance was in the form of a one-time grant of CI $60,000. Therefore, Madam Speaker, approval is required under Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase TP 51, other educational and training assistance, by the said $60,000. And again, Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to explain the exceptional circumstances that have resulted in the appropriations being requested by the Ministry of Education for the period 1st January to 30th November 2022. Moving on then, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, just 1 minute, sorry, please. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I just crave your indulgence to ask the Minister a couple of questions on her statement.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just trying to find the relevant standing order to quote for it. Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, I note on page 4 of your statement, Minister, you mentioned that there was a funding shortfall of some $5 million in scholarships for 2022, and the full amount is $22.7 million. I'm just wondering how the shortfall has arisen in this year, or what were the drivers that contributed to the shortfall?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I am reliably informed that it included but not limited to grade waivers, an additional increase in scholarships, recipients for the A level, where 1 year was being paid and we added the second year for those students going to a Catholic school and prep school, and the increased cost for the meals. We were supposed to start in September, but the high schools and the dual entry came on in March of the year. Also, the fall, spring for new students. Just 1 minute, I want to check. Because a lot of them go to schools where there are semesters, there's prepayment each year up to 60%, so that they can get in early in January, could get the classes that they need and the books in time without having to wait for the processing in the new year. And also, they have to budget for the full allocation because they don't anticipate that students are going to fail. So you'll find that there will be some savings early in the year unless there's an increased number in the scholarship applications before the 31st of January. That amounts for why there's an increase.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just one other question. Just looking at the numbers, Minister, then you funded this by drawing money out of 2023 and putting it into 22. Safe to assume then that you will be needing additional funding in 2023 in order to fund the scholarships?
Honorable Leader of the Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A keen observation. Based on the assumption that there are no savings, because we are in a 2-year budget, we would have to ask for additional needs. But I have every confidence that opposition will again support it because it is for education, in particular for scholarships. But it's a keen observation.
Honorable Minister for Education, you may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This statement, Madam Speaker, relates to district administration and lands, and it's for the Section 11.5s for this year. Madam Speaker, Section 11.5, as I indicated, again, thanks for the opportunity to so elucidate. Cabinet was asked to consider and approve the following request for Section 11.5 appropriations in accordance to the PMFA Act 2020 revision by the Ministry of District Administration Lands appropriation lines so as to satisfy the 2022 expenditure needs as follows. Strata fees for Crown-owned property. Madam Speaker, there are 2 properties at the Grapetree condominium complex for which ownership of the properties were vested in the Crown on the 29th of April 2021. The former owner was a registered exempt company, and it was struck off by the Register of Companies on statutory grounds on the 31st of December 2009. As a result of Section 161 of the Companies Act, which states, and I quote, "Any property vested in or belonging to any company struck off the register under this law shall thereupon vest in a minister charged with responsibility for finance and shall be subject to disposition by the Cabinet or to the retention for the benefit of the islands," unquote. The properties and their relative strata liability fell therefore to the government to settle. To honour the Crown's contractual obligation as property owner, it was recommended that the strata fees be paid until a sale of the condominiums are completed. The approval for the creation of the appropriation, other executive expense appropriation, OE 147, strata fees for Crown-owned property, under the Ministry of District Administration and Lands was requested in order to make the strata fees payments for approximately half of 2022. Increase in other executive expense appropriation, OE 147, strata fees for Crown-owned property by $24,420, or US $29,158, was approved in order to make the said strata fee payment. Land acquisitions. Madam Speaker, Cabinet approved the increase of EA4 land acquisitions for $2,310,904 to facilitate the acquisition of properties for future public, namely 14 CJ 124, 125, and 126, Georgetown for $500,000, Central Park. 14 CJ 19, Georgetown, $600,000, Central Park. 49 C 17, 52, and 53, Northside, $480,904, primary school future expansion. 43D 76, Boddingtown, $730,000, beach expansion. Total of 2.3, rounded off, 2.32 million. Miscellaneous road surface upgrades. Madam Speaker, the creation of executive asset appropriation EA 36, miscellaneous road surface upgrades under the Ministry of District Administration and Lands is required in order to manage the centralized costs and expenditure related to a new pilot program that will be launched by the Cayman Islands PAC government via the Ministry of District Administration and Lands in 2023. As mentioned in my budget address last year, this program is intended to make affordable land lots available to Caymanians for current and or future use. Madam Speaker, to facilitate this project, our Cabinet has approved an increase of $800,000 to EA 36 to facilitate the infrastructure works needed to complete this development. More information will be forthcoming, Madam Speaker, early in Q1 of next year regarding this program. Cayman Brac Major Capital Support Project. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet also approved the reallocation via Section 11.5 of the PMFA Act 2020 revision of $635,000 within the Ministry of District Administration and Lands, allocations to facilitate the Ministry constructing necessary infrastructure, namely accommodation wing to the multi-purpose hall on Cayman Brac to facilitate future Cayman Islands government major capital projects. Such an accommodation wing would afford the CIG the ability to control accommodation costs for large contractors bidding on major CIG Cayman Brac capital projects. The Edward Bawden Airfield. Madam Speaker, the Ministry requested and Cabinet duly approved the creation of an appropriation, other executive expense appropriation, OE 148 lease payment under the Ministry in order to make the annual lease payments for the lease of some of the parcels, that is 65% of the airfield in Little Cayman, which is known as the Edward Bawden Airfield that currently exists. Increase other executive expense appropriation, OE 148 lease payment by $91,600 was approved in order to make the necessary lease payments. This amount covers the following lease period: 1st of January 2017 to the 31st of December 2019 at $7,200 CI dollars per annum. The 1st of January 2020 to the 31st of December 2023 at $17,500 per annum. The lease related to this supplementary appropriation is for a term of 13 years and expires on the 31st of December 2030. Section 12. Madam Speaker, Cabinet was also asked to consider and indeed approved the following requests for Section 12 appropriation in accordance with the PMFA Act 2020 revision to fund the projected expense non-cash of depreciation for the Ministry of District Administration and Lands. The calculation for 2022-2023 budget was determined based on the initial asset transfer before considering the January 2021 asset valuation exercise, which was received in February of this year, and gauged for reasonableness based on the 2021 appropriation in the previous Ministry of District Administration, Tourism and Transport, which was approximately $700,000 CI dollars for district administration assets that were being transferred to the new Ministry of District Administration and Lands. Madam Speaker, with the depreciation being significantly higher than previously anticipated, no residual budget was transferred to the new ministry from the previous ministry to fund OE 134, depreciation of executive assets for the 6 months of 2021. Thus, the higher than expected depreciation thereby underpinning the gap between the projected amounts and the actual budget. The gap for 2021 was, however, covered from the reallocation of funds from other capital-related appropriations, an additional $500,000 CI dollars that was received from the previous ministry over the initial agreed transfer amounts. Madam Speaker, however, there remained a gap of approximately $6.6 million each year, 2022 and 2023, which is not funded. As a result, the Ministry of District Administration sought and obtained Cabinet's approval for OE 134 executive asset depreciation by $6,520,000 for 2022 and the same amount for 2023. Again, Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to explain, as required under the law, these appropriations for 11.5 and Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the 2022 fiscal year. Thank you.
I will now call on the Honourable Premier, who actually had a second statement that I forgot to mention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Madam Speaker, thank you again for this opportunity to make this statement regarding a Cabinet decision under Section 11.5 of the Act to allocate supplementary funding from the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency to the Portfolio of Legal Affairs to cover the settlement of costs regarding the application for judicial review filed in the Grand Court by Feline Friends Limited and the Cayman Islands Humane Society against the Directors of Agriculture and Environment. Madam Speaker, at the heart of this matter is the urgent need to protect vulnerable species, such as the red-footed booby, the Cayman black booby, and the endemic sister islands rock iguanas, from going extinct because of invasive predators. Cats not eating us. While we respect the important work of our local animal welfare charities to prevent animal suffering and reduce the number of homeless pets in our community, and I certainly applaud them for their Herculean efforts in this regard, I also firmly believe that this work should not happen to the detriment of our unique endemic and native species. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that we were ultimately able to reach a settlement on this matter, as a protracted battle through the courts would have only prolonged the suffering of our native species and the feral cats while amounting to significant legal fees for all parties. Madam Speaker, this settlement allowed government to close out this matter so our environmental experts can now progress our conservation names in the sister islands. Madam Speaker, to give some context to the statement, the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency has responsibility for the Department of Environment. However, prior to 14th April 2021, the responsibility for the Department of Environment was previously managed under the former Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing. Madam Speaker, on the 19th of February of 2018, Feline Friends Limited and the Cayman Islands Humane Society filed an application for leave to apply for a judicial review, which is cause number G25 of 2018, to the Grand Court of the Cayman Islands against the Directors of Agriculture and Environment. This application arose from the applicant's concerns with the Department's efforts to protect populations of indigenous seabirds and rock iguanas in the sister islands, particularly the work to humanely trap and euthanize the predatory feral cats that have been significantly negatively impacting these indigenous species populations. At that time, the Director of the Department of Environment and the Director of the Department of Agriculture gave an undertaking to the court that they would not undertake the capture and euthanization of the feral cats until further notice. This undertaking was given with the hope of arriving at a consensus regarding the way forward with this important work to protect the indigenous seabirds and sister islands rock iguanas. For more than 3 years, Madam Speaker, the DOE and the DOA diligently engaged in negotiations with the parties, Feline Friends and Humane Society, in order to reach an agreement outside of court. With each iteration of the proposed settlement agreement, the government departments found themselves being asked to consider some new or alternate terms, some of those terms being so restrictive that they involved the DOA and DOE almost having to seek permission from Feline Friends and the Humane Society in order to carry out their statutory duties under their respective acts or regulations. The process was also protracted due to the very long delays in responses from the applicants during the negotiations. In the end, Madam Speaker, it was determined that the Departments of Agriculture and Environment, and by extension the government, simply could not afford to let the matter remain unresolved any longer, as we needed to act quite quickly to provide the protection to the birds and iguanas. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in November of 2021, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Environment moved to have the matter listed for a hearing. On the 16th of February 2022, having been notified of the Department's position, the attorneys for Feline Friends and the Humane Society presented the opportunity to bring closure to the matter through payment of their legal costs to date. This move was viewed by everyone involved on the government side to be the preferred option, as it avoided additional costs of a court hearing, and should allow for a faster resolution of the matter, rather than proceeding through the court. Madam Speaker, during the establishment of the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, a budget had been approved to cover cover professional services relating to policy and administration, that is, output SCR1. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency did not include funds for settlement of a long outstanding claim in their budget, as it was not possible for us to have anticipated if or when this long outstanding matter might be resolved, or how it might be resolved. However, Madam Speaker, once the opportunity to settle the matter was presented, and given the urgency of the matter and the amount of funding required to bring this matter to a close and allow the critical work to continue, the Ministry was prepared to reallocate some of the Ministry's funds to meet this expenditure. The Ministry budget does not have a line item for settlement of claims, Madam Speaker, so it was proposed that the funds be reallocated to the existing OE 105 settlement of claims under the portfolio of legal affairs. This is the basis of the exceptional circumstance for which this reallocation was required to be made, Madam Speaker. Accordingly, Cabinet authorized the reallocation of funds to pay the agreed settlement amount in accordance with sections 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. In so doing, Madam Speaker, funding for output SCR1 policy administration under my Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency for the 2022 financial year was decreased by $25,000, and OE 105 settlement of claims under the portfolio of legal affairs for the 2022 fiscal year was increased by the same amount, that is $25,000. I'd like to be clear, Madam Speaker, that this was a net zero transaction, did not result in any increase in the approved government budget. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in considering this reallocation, Cabinet was advised by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development that the proposed appropriation changes would not have any impact on government's forecast financial performance for the 2022 financial year. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General's Chambers has been consulted and advises that there are no legal implications beyond those already identified as it relates to the application for additional funding. Madam Speaker, as a government, we take such matters as learning experiences and strive for continued improvement of our policies and practices, which may include more consultation, either with government or externally, Madam Speaker. This government and all of my colleagues on the government bench recognize that where a member of the public exercises his or her right to query the actions of the government and seeks a review of the matter by the courts, this is often a necessary tool to assist us in strengthening our governance practices. In turn, Madam Speaker, this makes our government more accountable and transparent in our dealings with whom we are elected or hired to serve. That increased level of accountability and transparency, Madam Speaker, elevates the public trust in the future actions and decisions of the government. This experience has also contributed to government's efforts to develop a comprehensive framework of legislation and policy aimed at sustaining or safeguarding the sustainable future of our island's natural environment and our native and endemic flora and fauna. Recently, the National Conservation Alien Species Regulations came into effect, Madam Speaker, offering further legal clarification needed to satisfy the control of alien plant and animal species in the Cayman in the Cayman Islands. As early as the 1980s, the Cayman Islands government began identifying issues with feral and invasive alien species in the sister islands, Madam Speaker, particularly in Little Cayman. Effectively managing the potential and realize the impacts of feral and invasive species is critical to ensuring the continued existence of our native and endemic species and the long-term viability of our natural ecosystems. In closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank everyone that has been involved in arranging and settling this payment within the time frame agreed with Feline Friends and the Humane Society. Thank you.
I have also given leave to the Honorable Minister for Sports to make a statement.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to speak to this Honourable House on the many accomplishments of our athletes overseas. I have to say thanks to the member for Georgetown West for reminding us that the Crook siblings are currently in Melbourne, Australia, competing in the FINA World Championships. We had this statement prepared, Madam Speaker, for the last day of Parliament, and we were kind of waiting until his finals tonight with the 50-metre. And after getting the news yesterday, the good news of his qualifying for the finals for the 100, he finished sixth, and he led the race at 75 meters. But tonight at 8:30 on, if the country and people want to watch it, youtube.com at World Aquatics. They can watch him swim at between 8 o'clock and 8:30 tonight in the 50-meter. And we're keeping our fingers crossed, and I'm not going to jinx him by saying what he will do. But thanks to the member from Georgetown West, Mr. White, for bringing it to our attention yesterday. What else we had prepared for the last day of the sitting of this House was his sister also competed in the 100-meter freestyle prelims on Tuesday, and while she impressively finished second in her heat, she did a new personal best, but it did not get her through to the finals. Still, we are very, very proud because it's her best personal best, and she gave it her all. This is one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, why this government started the serious talks of the 50-meter pool. The MOU should be signed in the first month in January, and this is only the beginning. People must keep in mind these two young people, and there's another 5 that are also moving into the world-class range that are very young, and France 2024 is right around the corner. There's a chance that for the first time this country will have a medal in the Olympics, not just participating, but going for the medals. It has been an outstanding year for Carifta athletes, especially in swimming. Moving on to the growing sport of natural bodybuilding, Madam Speaker. The Cayman Islands hosted a World Natural Bodybuilding competition here last month, and our very own Robert Thompson Jr. finished second overall. 2 weeks later, he left and went to California and won the World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, people of this country, the world champion is from right here in Grand Cayman. Congratulations to Robert from everyone. In the growing sport of jet ski racing, the local CI Watercraft Association has been creating a safe avenue for our Cayman riders to shine both locally and internationally. Locally, having just wrapped their 2022 season with notable first-time standout, Aliyah Ebanks joined the beginners division and blew it away as a girl beating the boys. And while the pro class winner, Matthew Panton, did not get to travel to the Worlds, we were able to send Klein Glidden Jr. and Seth Watler. Seth competed in the pro category. Klein Glidden Jr. competed in the amateur. Seth, due to injury, finished 17th, but Klein finished 4th in the World Championships. Once again, congratulations. And in the new year, the association and myself will be meeting and talking with the world organizing body to bring one of those competitions here, one of the legs, to make Cayman one of the legs of this competition. In the sport of athletics, our athletes ended their season with great success in college, and Shalissa Ray also graduated. So we have another young lady who's probably looking forward to going on to the pro scene. With young high schooler Devontae Howell impressively completing his first season at IMG Elite Academy, with both indoor and outdoor All-American status in his first year, and the ministry is proud to say we helped sponsor him. We also saw impressive accomplishment from our athletes at both the Caribbean and Commonwealth Games this year. In the golfing scene, Madam Speaker, Aaron Jarvis continued to represent the Cayman Islands proudly after being crowned the 2022 Latin American champion. He went on to compete in the U.S. Masters Tournament and the British Open Championships. Is another athlete that we're working with that whenever he comes home, we have provided a personal trainer to help him whenever he's home. The list can go on, Madam Speaker. The outstanding performances in many sports, gymnastics, sailing, rugby, football, badminton, and volleyball, and more. But I must say here, there are some sports that are doing an awesome job, and rugby is one of those. The integration of new Caymanians with long-term Caymanians, it is a beautiful thing to see. I'll quote what the Deputy Premier always says: this island was built on integration, not segregation, and we're seeing that in rugby. Volleyball, Madam Speaker, had a beautiful tournament, first ever under 23, and our Caymanian teams were the youngest teams there, and they have another 7 years to compete in that under 23 category. So we're looking good down the road as well. Madam Speaker, I could spend all day here talking on the accomplishment of our athletes, but I know we have other business to finish in this honorable house. But before I sit, I would like to send congratulations and thanks to each athlete for representing our country with pride, and to thank you to the Ministry staff and Department of Sports for their continued work to ensure our athletes have the necessary facilities and advantages to move ahead. And to the PAC government for supporting me and helping our athletes, thank you all very much.
Honorable members, we have now reached 20 minutes to 5. Can I call on someone to move?
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the relevant standing orders so the House can continue after the hour of 4:30. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the standing orders 10-2 so the House can continue after the hour of 4:30.
Question is, that Standing Order 10-2 now be suspended so that we can continue business past the hour of 4:30. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. I now call on the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Transport to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a statement in accordance with Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act in relation to the Section 11(5) appropriations during 2021 and 2022 financial year. Madam Speaker, TP 67 Sports and Culture Tourism Programs assistance was increased by $1.8 million in order to assist with providing financial assistance to displaced tourism employees that have been affected by COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. The appropriation EI 49 Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center Limited was increased by $150,000 in order to assist with the shortfalls between expenses and revenues due to the closure of the Cayman Islands borders in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This increase was funded by a similar decrease in EA 157 Cayman Turtle Conservation Center in the Cayman Brac facility. Madam Speaker, EA 159 Waterfront Tourism Experience was increased by $100,000 in order to assist with the demolishing of wooden structures on the site and the removal of derelict vehicles. This increase was funded by a similar decrease in EA 157 Cayman Turtle Conservation Center in the Cayman Brac facility. Fiscal year 2022, Madam Speaker, the appropriations for CAL 2 Strategic Tourism, Regional and Core Air Services was increased by $319,032.92 in order to assist with the following: a monthly honorarium of $150 to assist Cayman Airways non-executive employees grade E and below with utility expenses for June, July, and August of 2022, a 2% cost of living adjustment increase for all CAL employees in September of 2022, and a 1 point increment increase for qualifying CAL non-executive employees grade E and below in December of 2022, broadly equivalent to a 2.5% increase. The appropriation DAT 17 Tourism Support Training, Promotional and Advertising activities was increased by $350,000 in order to assist with hosting an in-market event in Los Angeles and underwriting the cost of a special charter from Los Angeles to host travel advisors who sell the destination. Madam Speaker, the appropriation CAL 2 Strategic Tourism, Regional and Core Air Services was increased by $1,450,000 in order to accommodate the new Los Angeles route launch and the first 4 months of operational costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now call on the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness to make a statement.
Thank you. Mr. Chris, can I get that, please? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honourable Parliament the details of appropriation changes approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Home Affairs in accordance with 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020. Madam Speaker, I would like to report on the following approvals made by Cabinet. Transfer of funding approved by the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps in 2021. Transfer of funding approved by the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps in 2022. Supplementary funding for for His Majesty's Cayman Islands Prison in 2022. Supplementary funding in the Cayman Islands Regiment 2022. Supplementary funding in the Cayman Islands Regiment in 2023. Madam Speaker, there were 2 approvals for transfer of funding in relation to the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps. One in the 2021 appropriations and the second in the 2022 appropriations. The first approval was a transfer of funding in the amount of $17,520.33 from HAF1 Policy Advice, Legislative Initiatives and Ministerial Services to NGS Youth Development Programs, Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage in the same amount in 2021. Madam Speaker, the exceptional circumstances arose out of the payment for verified hours of services delivered by volunteer members of the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps in 2021. Madam Speaker, the increased number of voluntary hours was as a result of the essential services provided in support of the National Emergency Operations Center, known as NEOC. In addition, throughout 2021, there was a heavy reliance on trained volunteers of the Cadet Corps to successfully deliver camp training and participating in parades.
Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness. Sorry to interrupt you. It appears that the statement that you're reading is a different copy than what was provided to members. So just wondering if you could give a commitment that you will send the updated copy once you've completed your statement.
Yes, I'm doing two, one for health and one for home affairs. They were both sent. Yes, I commit I will update this House. My humble apologies. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the exceptional circumstances arose out of the payment for verified hours of services delivered by volunteer members of the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps in 2021. Madam Speaker, the increased number of volunteer hours was a result of essential services provided in support of the National Emergency Operations Center, NEOC. In addition, throughout 2021, there was a heavy reliance on trained volunteers of the Cadet Corps to the successfully delivered camps, training, and participation in parades. Madam Speaker, you will recall that following the general election, the original arrangement of ministerial portfolios placed the Cayman Islands Cadet under the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, Heritage, and Home Affairs. As such, appropriations were made to that ministry through NGS 59 for the purpose of financing youth development programs, which included activities and services delivered by the Cadet Corps. Subsequently, however, Cabinet took a policy decision to separate home affairs from matters related to youth, sports, culture, and heritage, and to transfer the Cadet Corps to the new Ministry of Home Affairs. However, funding for the purchase agreement in the amount of $25,000 remained within NGS 59 youth development programs within the budget of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage. The work of the Cadet Corps volunteers exceeded the $25,000 budgeted for the purchase agreement. The additional cost amounted to $17,520.33. Madam Speaker, in order to meet the additional costs, Cabinet approved the transfer of funds in the amount of $17,520.33 from HAF1, Policy Advice, Legislative Initiatives, and Ministerial Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, to NGS 59, Youth Development Programs, Ministry of Sports, Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage, pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. The second approval, Madam Speaker, was a transfer of funding request to reduce HAF 07 Cadet Corps services in the amount of KY $40,814.08, and increase NGS 90 Cayman Islands Cadet Corps Committee, Ministry of Home Affairs, in the same amount of KY $40,817.08 operating expenditure in the 2022 appropriations. Throughout 2022, volunteers of the Cadet Corps continued to deliver essential functions of the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps. Sufficient coverage for Cadet Corps activities required heavy reliance on these trained volunteers to support NEOC and to ensure proper supervision and child safeguarding requirements are met with the camps, parades, and training. As an example, volunteers were needed to provide supervision for the 20th anniversary annual camp held in July 2022 for 2 weeks. There were 201 children who benefited from the camp from all 3 islands, as well as 35 visiting cadets from other Caribbean countries. Madam Speaker, it is important to consider the growth of the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps and understand the reasons that the purchase agreement has been exceeded. The number of children enrolling in the cadet program has more than doubled over the past 3 years. In 2022, there were 22% increase in the number of cadet recruits and a 15% increase in the number of enrollments compared to 2021. As a result, there has been the need for additional volunteers and a number of hours which volunteers have provided to meet the outputs of the Cadet Corps. Given the growth of the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, the Cadet Corps incurs costs related to volunteer hours, which exceeded the $25,000 budgeted for the purchase agreement. The additional costs amount to KYD $40,814.08. Madam Speaker, in order to meet the additional cost, Cabinet approved the transfer of funds in the amount of $40,814.08 from HAF 07, Ministry of Home Affairs, to NGS 90, Cayman Islands Cadet Corps Committee, in the amount of $40,814.08, pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. The authorized exceptional circumstances for both appropriation changes for the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, Madam Speaker, did not impact the government's forecast financial position, as the Ministry of Home Affairs identified savings within its current budget to facilitate the recommended transfer of funds. His Majesty's Cayman Islands Prison Service. Madam Speaker, Cabinet approved supplementary funding pursuant to the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, Section 11.5, in the 2022 appropriations to the Ministry of Home Affairs by increasing Output Group HAF 03 Prison Custodial Services in the amount of KYD $423,776. Madam Speaker, this approval was made in order to remedy government liability, which is subject to a confidentiality clause. It is my understanding, Madam Speaker, that the Honourable Deputy Governor will speak to this subject matter. Going back to the Cayman Islands Regiment, as previously stated, Madam Speaker, there were 2 approvals for changes in appropriations in relation to 11.5, Section 11.5 of the Cayman Islands Regiment. This first approval made by Cabinet for the Cayman Islands Regiment, Madam Speaker, was for KYD $490,000 in capital expenditure and KYD $238,968 in operational expenditure for the 2022 financial year. Madam Speaker, this funding has allowed the Cayman Islands Regiment to increase its impact and capacity in fulfilling a critical support role to the government's emergency and essential services. It specifically bolstered the operational and support fleet of the Cayman Islands Regiment, which is essential for disaster mitigation. In addition, Madam Speaker, this funding was requested to ensure that in the future, the regiment is led by experienced Caymanians and staffed by Caymanians at all levels. Madam Speaker, you will appreciate that Cayman does not have a history that encompasses formal military structures, fleet, or significant numbers of trained and experienced Caymanian military personnel. This means that all Caymanian military personnel must be brought in at junior ranks within the regiment career structure. Career development, Madam Speaker, can only be accomplished through a robust training program for commissioned officers as well as non-commissioned officers, covering technical, tactical, operational management, and leadership skills in the specialized military context. Madam Speaker, this funding will allow for fast-tracked upward career progression through training opportunities and through newly established posts at various levels within the military structure, ensuring opportunities for growth within the Cayman Islands Regiment for Caymanians. In the second instance, Cabinet approved $135,185.76 in operational expenditure for HAF 06 Cayman Islands Regiment for the 2023 financial year in order to meet the cost associated with converting the post of the commanding officer to a full-time position. At this point, in the early stages of the Cayman Islands Regiment's development, it was identified that a full-time commanding officer position is needed to bring the regiment to full operational capacity with effective governance. It would allow for additional attention and focus to be placed on the strategic, financial, and people management of the Cayman Islands Regiment. As previously stated, Madam Speaker, all requests were made and approved pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honourable Parliament the details of the appropriation changes approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I will refer to through this presentation as the Ministry, in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision during the 2020 and 2021 financial years. Madam Speaker, the Ministry had 3 changes during 2020 year and 6 such changes during the 2021 year as follows. Madam Speaker, as well as we are all aware, our islands were presented with one of our greatest challenges yet. The novel coronavirus, commonly referred to as COVID-19, was declared a public health emergency for international concern on the 30th of January 2020 and then a pandemic on March 11, 2020. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 11.5, the Public Management Finance Act 2018, on 18th of February 2020, Cabinet granted approval for an increase of $784,000 for HEA 20 public health services to cover the estimated emergency funding related to the startup cost and monthly ongoing costs for equipment, staffing, and supplies for COVID-19. At that time, this brought the total approved HEA 20 public health service appropriation for 2020 to approximately $2.14 million. This approval was necessary to ensure that the HSA was prepared to meet the emerging threat related to the COVID-19 virus during the 2020 fiscal year. Madam Speaker, in the Finance Committee held in December of 2019, the then Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture, and Housing was granted funding of $34,468,867 via appropriation EI 53 for various capital purchases during the 2020 fiscal year. Of this amount, $1.2 million was earmarked for the reclamation and remediation of the Cayman Beach, public beach, which is under the remit of the Ministry of Planning. The funding was initially included under the Ministry of Health's EI 53 appropriation and reflected in EPF resolution for 2020 to 2021, which was passed in Finance Committee on December 3, 2019, with the understanding it would be subsequently transferred to the appropriate ministry order to be utilized. Madam Speaker, on 18th August 2020, Cabinet approved an increase to appropriation EA 153, upgrade of national parks by CI 1.2 million, and instructed the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development to decrease EI 53, Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing capital funding to compensate the same amount. Madam Speaker, on the 8th of September 2020, supplementary funding of CI 536,000 was approved by Cabinet via Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision to cover the cost of emergency works at the Georgetown landfill due to fire. The emergency cost was initially paid from the DEH operational budget, with the supplementary funding being reallocated from the remediation budget of the Integrated Solid Waste Management System under appropriation EI 53 to the DEH budget under appropriation HES 7. Madam Speaker, as was the case with other entities at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020, the ministry sought to alleviate the immediate needs of the island's most vulnerable. As such, programs for grants to local musicians and health insurance assistance payments were introduced. These initiatives were serviced through line item TP 73, Other Health and Cultural Program Assistance. Madam Speaker, TP 73 is primarily used to provide one-off grants for community initiatives falling within the remit of the ministry. For the fiscal year 2021, the ministry received a budget appropriation for TP 73 in the amount of CI 482,500 and a subsequent revised appropriation of $1 million when year-end 2021 funding was brought forward into financial year 2020 to meet immediate needs caused by the pandemic. Madam Speaker, notable initiatives that the ministry undertook using TP 73 funding during the period were as follows. Purchase of masks, which were distributed to frontline workers, children, and other vulnerable persons. Musician grants to full-time and part-time entertainers, musicians who experienced financial setbacks due to an inability to perform. A one-time payment was dispersed in May to June of 2020. Artist grants through the Cayman National Cultural Foundation and the National Gallery to artists who were struggling as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and Health Insurance Premium Payment Assistance Program, administered by the Department of Health Regulatory Services in 3 separate tranches from March to June 2021, July to September 2021, and October to December 2021. Madam Speaker, the ministry received approval from Cabinet on January 12, 2021 for the reallocation of funding from the then EI 53 Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing appropriation into TP 73, other health and cultural program assistance to cover the additional unexpected expenditures caused by the impact of the pandemic to those most vulnerable amongst us. Madam Speaker, TP 73 is primarily used to provide one-off grants for the community initiatives falling under the remit of ministry, despite it being one of the larger ministries. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health has historically had lower TP budgets. The pandemic and the resulting economic downturn created the need to extend more financial assistance within our community. While the subject of culture, dealing with local artists and musicians, was transferred post-general election, health insurance premium assistance requests remained steady. Madam Speaker, the resulting effect was an almost exhausted TP balance as at the 30th of June 2021. Madam Speaker, between January and June of 2021, $972,343 was spent to provide financial support to those who requested assistance under the ministry's grant schemes. A request was made in August of 2021 to Cabinet for the reimbursement of funds related to COVID-19 pandemic initiatives. Given that $814,639, or 83.78% of the total amount spent, directly related to the ministry's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the initiatives designed to meet the needs created by the pandemic, with the breakdown notes as follows. Health insurance premium payments of $591,639 and musician grants of $223,000. Madam Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, the staff in the ministry and its relevant departments diligently sought to ensure that applicants were provided with relevant support. Ultimately, over 1,700 persons received requested assistance. Madam Speaker, on 17 August 2021, Cabinet approved the reimbursement of the COVID-19 related payments for January to June 2021 from appropriation OE 140, COVID-19 response and recovery, to appropriation TP 73, other health and cultural program assistance, to ensure that the ministry was able to continue providing aid to those who needed it. The reimbursement was used, in particular, to fund the continuation of the health insurance premiums assistance programs, which was publicly announced was extended for a further 3 months from July to September of 2021. Madam Speaker, while the ministry initially sought reimbursement for the full COVID-19 related payments of $814,639 to be able to adequately fund the continuation of the program until the end of the year, as announced, due to insufficient funds available under OE 140, approval was only sought for the available funding of $150,000 of supplementary funding at the time, until the Ministry of Finance secured additional funding. Madam Speaker, in November of 2021, the ministry sought an additional reallocation of funding under Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. The request was approved by Cabinet on 16 November 2021. As with other relevant entities, the departments and units under the Ministry of Health Wellness continued to focus efforts on managing the effects of SARS-CoV-2 with programs and initiatives that enhance current prevention, control, and suppression of COVID-19 regulations. One such undertaking, Madam Speaker, was the use of the FlowFlex antigen rapid test, otherwise referred to as a lateral flow test, which was included in our national testing protocols for the purpose of screening and surveillance for COVID-19. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 demonstrated the capability to spread rapidly, leading to significant impacts on healthcare systems around the world and causing societal disruption. To respond effectively to the outbreaks of this disease, rapid detection of cases and contact tracing is critical, in conjunction with appropriate clinical management and infection control, and the implementation of community mitigation efforts. As such, Madam Speaker, approval was sought from Cabinet for supplementary funds to top up Ministry's TP 73 appropriation in order to purchase 500,000 lateral flow test kits sourced by my ministry on an exceptional circumstance basis in accordance with the Procurement Act 2016 and Procurement Regulations 2018 and the principles therein. It was agreed to reallocate CI 1.275 million from EI 53, Ministry of Health and Wellness, to TP 73 once the funding from OE 140 became unavailable. Madam Speaker, Cabinet's approval of the reallocation of funding enabled the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Cayman Islands government to fulfill its obligations to the procurement order of 500,000 lateral flow tests from a local supplier. Madam Speaker, in December of 2021, the Ministry sought an additional reallocation of funding under Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision from TP 73, Other Health Program Assistant, to TP 44, Temporary Poor Relief Payments for Young Parents Program YPP students for 2021. Madam Speaker, the approval of this supplementary funding allowed the Ministry of Health and Wellness through the Department of Counseling Services to continue to meet the needs of the young parents enrolled in the program. The request was approved by Cabinet on December 17th. Finally, Madam Speaker, in December 2021, the Ministry sought an additional reallocation of funding under Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision to fund the construction of cemetery vaults, which was projected to exceed the approved appropriation for 2021 by $216,000 CI dollars. Madam Speaker, in previous years, this appropriation had been lower due to delays in the procurement and awarding of contracts. However, since the beginning of 2020, the Department of Environmental Health retained oversight and project management for the cemetery vaults, which enabled the department to respond to the needs by having sufficient vaults on hand for the purpose of maintaining district cemetery capacity and meeting the public demand for vaults. Madam Speaker, on December 17, 2021, the request was approved by Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to outline these various Section 11.5 supplementary funding requests which occurred during the 2020 and 2021 fiscal years.
The final few statements will be made. I've given leave to the Honourable Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement to this on the circumstances surrounding the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, the request for an increase of allocation of funds pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Law 2020 revision. Madam Speaker, there are a number of ministries, entities that are realizing shortfall in the funding due to the increase of costs and services. The Department of Agriculture, for example, expended its budget for feed and other agriculture inputs earlier in November, while the Public Works Department will require additional funding to maintain the apprenticeship training program. Supplies and consumables for the departments, such as the Department of Vehicles, Driver License, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Vehicle Equipment Services, have been fully exhausted. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, the service for these departments are critical, with required additional funding in the financial year of 23. While the ministry has realized and underspent in the financial year of 2022, a AA-161 submarine cable appropriation, the project is progressing well, and it is anticipated that these funds will be necessary for 2023. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the ministry has minimized the transfer of the financial year for 2022 to other appropriations. In addition, the ministry projects some savings from the entities and appropriations, and therefore has contributed $3,550,000 towards the request. Madam Speaker, in the first instance, while this appropriation EI 71 will be used to fund a number of ministry departments, the increase will assist the Public Works Department for the purpose of replacing various fixed assets. Items such as information technology, hardware have depreciated fully, and the furniture damaged during Hurricane Ian now requires replacement. In addition, Madam Speaker, it has become for the PWD to procure its own grab truck to help it better manage the cleanup sites and assist the government in times of natural disaster. Currently, during the cleanup phase of projects, PWD procures grab truck services from Department of Environment Health or the private sector. However, this is becoming unreliable and unsustainable, as it results in delays in the department's timeline. Madam Speaker, both the plumbing and the construction units are in need of tools and equipment in order to undertake the services to multiple government agencies, as well as for the apprenticeship training program. The latter has seen a positive growth in its enrollment and no requires additional tools and equipment to effectively carry out its program. It is anticipated that while most of the funding is necessary in 2022, the ministry has attempted to spread it over 22 to 23. Madam Speaker, concerning the transfer increase of EA 142, Georgetown Revitalization, and TP9, the assistant to the Georgetown GTR project, has been progressing well and have received positive feedback from a number of stakeholders. While the ministry successfully navigated rising supply chains and issues, there have been some minor changes in orders, including the utility work that were unforeseen but necessary to address the juncture. In addition, there is the usual Christmas decoration and festivals in the central business district needed to attract shoppers to this area. This is an important time of the year for these activities as business continued to bounce back after the extended period of lockdown due to the COVID-19. Madam Speaker, we anticipate that the recent opening of Cardinal Avenue will attract and encourage shoppers and pedestrians to the area. In light of the above mentioned, Madam Speaker, pursuant of the Section 11.5 of the PMFL 2020 revision, the ministry decreased of 1,615,000 from 2022 EA-161 submarine cable for transfer increase of 1,555,000 to FY 2022 EI-71. The Ministry of Planning, Agriculture and Housing and transfer increasing of 60,000 to 2022 TP90 to assistance to the GTR. As it relates to the ministry entity, a group of outputs, operation and expenditures, especially PH04, PH08, PH10 and PH23, several key areas of the PWD budget will require funding to ensure continued delivery of the service remaining of 2022 period. Services such as the landscaping of government-owned buildings and the janitorial service for the public restrooms and crown properties. In addition, the apprenticeship training program will be adversely impacted by the third quarter of 22 into 23 due to the reduced stock of training materials necessary for the program's continuity. With the reduction in its overall budget, the allocation of 22 to 23, PWD has forecast its ability to meet its payroll requirement within the last quarter of 22 and again in the end and third quarter of 23. The recent COLA announcement by the government has further compounded that issue. PWD undertook a necessary evaluation regarding the multiple posts within the department of 2021 and 2022. As a result, several members receiving an upgrade to their salary, bringing them in line with similar posts throughout the civil service. Madam Speaker, several critical posts within PWD did not receive funding during the current budget period. As a result, the management to the PWD have relied heavily on the current staff contingency to call out certain functions of their roles, resulting in additional extra duty costs being incurred. Approved vacancy of a quantity surveyor was not funded for the budget of period 22 and 2023. However, PWD recruited for this post with savings realized from the delay in recruiting of other funded vacant posts necessary. Madam Speaker, the apprenticeship training program stipend funding for 22 has been exhausted, requiring funding to be taken from other areas with the personal allocations. Given the challenges previously mentioned, this is not sustainable in long term. In addition, monies are necessary for the facility management department to account for more cleaning materials and the planned customer contact center and increase the cost of electricity for the various buildings that the department maintains. Similarly, Madam Speaker, there are significant costs related to the Caymanizing of the security force. This is currently underway, providing that funds are approved to accommodate this directive. The cost to move into this direction is significantly more expensive as a higher pay is required to attract the routine Caymanians for this personnel. Finally, in the area, Madam Speaker, the government through the ministry is proceeding with the National Community Enhancement NICE project from November the 20th to December the 16th. As you are aware, the island-wide cleanup exercise provides much-needed volunteer work throughout the Caymanians and their spouses. Currently, there are 480 participants involved in the program, and monies accounted in the request will provide a stipend for that number. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 11.5 of the PMFL 2020 revision, we are requested in the increase of 2022 PH04, Management of Public Recreation Facilities and Cemeteries, in the amount of $800,000, and an increase of 2022 PH08, Management of Special Projects, in the amount of $27,685, an increasing of 2022 PH10, Management of the Government Properties, in the amount of $903,596, and an increase of 2022 PH23 construction trade and vocation apprenticeship program in the amount of $350,000. Madam Speaker, moving now to PH 11, the appropriation addressed the needs of the Department of Vehicles and Equipment Services. There has seen significant rise in cost of fuel as a worldwide issue. The funds allocated to this purchase of spare parts have already been exhausted in 2022. However, DVS identified savings in other areas for their approved budget by foregoing certain purchases and activities. The result in additional $200,000 being utilized for the purchase of spare parts, mostly for the heavy equipment. For the 2022-2023 budget period, the amount of $370 was allocated for the purchase of spare parts by DVS. As of September 2022, over $410,036 was spent on the spare parts. This allocation has been exhausted, resulting in the liability. Madam Speaker, in addition, the total funds being requested at PH 11 is $600,000 is for the procurement of fuel from the department's fuel expenditures. For October 2022, of $172,778.28 was over the remaining available budget amount of $99,000. In light of the foregoing of the pursuant of the Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Law 2020 Vision, we are requesting an increase in the 22 PH 11 procurement as the maintenance of the government fleet in the amount of $800,000. Turning to PH 16, Madam Speaker, a supplementary expenditure is being requested related to the Department of Vehicles and Driver's License due to the significant increase in vehicle registrations. Prior to the introduction of the electronic vehicle registration EVR system, the DVDL recorded about 215 transactions per day. However, this has now almost tripled the additional spending can be associated to the costs related to the new plates, as well as the personal adjustment necessary to maintain these services. Madam Speaker, the appropriation has been exhausted, and the DVDL continues to see the increase in the number of new vehicles added to the register. For example, the number of vehicles added to the register has increased just over 50,000 at the end of 2021 to nearly 56,000 units. Having said that, DVDL has already surpassed its 2021 revenue for 2022 bookings, some $3,447,000 through its online portal of this year. In light of the above mentioned, the pursuant of the Section 11.5, the Public Management and Finance Law, we request an increase of, in 2022, PH 16, for the license and driver and vehicles in the amount of $458. Finally, Madam Speaker, in reference to PH 24, the Department of Agriculture earlier this year advised the Ministry that on the current expenditure trend, the Agriculture and Regulatory Services PH 24 Agriculture 3317 Agriculture Supplies allocation for 2022 would be exhausted by April of 2022. An appropriation has been exhausted, resulting in the liability as no further cost sales can be posted. Madam Speaker, realizing that the DOE, Department of Agriculture's financial position, the Ministry submitted a paper to Cabinet receiving approval to transfer funds from 2023 to 2022 in accordance with Section 9.5 of the PMFL Act in 2020 to cover the project shortfall related to the agriculture supplies and the regulatory service PH 24 in the amount of $1,845,601,000. The Cabinet paper also noted that the above approval transfer, the entire allocation in the amount of $1,845,601 would still require the Ministry to return to Cabinet to seek supplementary fund to cover the anticipation shortfall in the remaining months of 22. However, Madam Speaker, this Ministry was unable to determine the exact amount of the shortfall at the time. Therefore, the DOE continues to monitor their expenditures, and they have now advised the ministry that to meet the projected shortfall in agricultural supplies regulatory PH24 will require $2 million. This will allow the DOE to continue to supply the sector for the remainder of the year. This output is critical as it is used to purchase livestock, feed, pesticide, fertilizer, and other agricultural supplies, which are sold to farmers and backyard gardeners. The quantity of supplies sold is demand-driven based on the level of productive activities in the agriculture sector, inclusive of homeowner production. Madam Speaker, during the 22-23 financial year budget preparation process for the DOA, and the ministry requested a budget allocation of $4.8 million for each of the year of 2022 and 23. Unfortunately, the submission was cut by $3 million in each year, resulting in a final budget allocation of a $1.845601 per year for the budget period of 22-23. Just to paint a picture and realizing in the sector, comparing the period of January to August in 2019 to the same period of January and August of 2022, sale livestock feed in terms of quantity units of 50 pounds per bag increased by 21,792 bags, or 42%. A comparison of 2021 and 2022 shows a further increase of the period of 5,400 bags of fees, or 7%, in addition to continue the trend towards increasing incentive production. Between April and May 2022, the ministry has given the grant support to the Cayman Islands Agriculture Society to import an additional 101 heads of cattle in an effort to bolster the food security. Given the foregoing of the pursuant of the Section 11.5 of the PMFL 2020 revision, we request an increase of 2022 PH24 agriculture support to regulatory services in the amount of $2 million. The ministry is also seeking to reduce FY 2022 PH14 the management of planning applications in the amount of $1,250,000 to reduce 2022 TP 76 to assistance for infrastructure development in the amount of $1 million. The reduce of the 2022 TP 84 agriculture sector development in the amount of $400,000 and reduce the 2022 TP 113 in agriculture sustainable production program in the amount of $900,000. Madam Speaker, we are minded to think that all these requests made meet the standard and exceptional circumstances. The ministry made all efforts to delay the need to request the supplementary funding by either bringing forward appropriated funding or bringing forward appropriation funding into 2022 budget and fully utilizing the appropriation funds from both 2022 and 2023 budget. The ministry tried to adhere to the ministry's finance recommendations when seeking supplementary funding. However, the ministry and its department are unable to provide the essential services without the request of the funding. So, Madam Speaker, we could not have reasonably anticipated that the various factors, such as the rising cost of fuel, which has resulted in even further increase in the cost of supplies, and indirectly through transportation and shipping costs, as well as indirectly as the case of the fertilizers, which are either products of the petrochemical industry or the Department of Raw Materials, for which the Ukraine and Russia are the leading global exports. The social and economical impact of these requests are critical, and as mentioned, in agriculture, for example, items such as livestock feed, fertilizer, pesticides are sold to our farmers. The supplementary funding is needed for the sector to which could come to a halt in support if it's not provided. Madam Speaker, I believe that the supplement funding requests made this afternoon are all important to the government's broad outcome number 3, which provides a solution to improve the well-being of our people so they can achieve their full potential. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the honorable members of the House for their continued support. And I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker. May God continue to bless the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the circumstances surrounding the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, the request for the increase in expenditures of the 2022 budget, supplementary expenditures required to complete the Bordentown Church of God multipurpose hall, which will be used as a disaster and hurricane shelter. Here. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the property is located off of Shamrock Road, Lower Valley at Block 38C, Parcel 11 and 12. The project was owned by the Bordentown Church of God and intended to serve the church and the wider community. The government had plans to build a new disaster hurricane shelter adjacent to the Bordentown primary. However, the fast growth pace of the districts had to be considered. The decision was made to utilize the facility in question as the most suitable and cost-effective method to acquiring a disaster hurricane shelter in the area. The church approached the government to assist in completing the facility. This was considered, and a supplement funding in the amount of $2.4 million was provided in 2014. The construction started shortly thereafter and continues with the support of a qualified contractor, and the church and the hazard management of the Cayman Islands has then approached the ministry to seek additional funding to complete the facility. The HMCI is in support of the request to have the facility completed, as there is a need of an additional Class A shelter in Bordentown area, but advise the ministry that they have no funds to assist the project. The Health Service Authority also made inquiries about the project, as they are in creating an emergency medical service substation at the facility to aid the emergency response time in the eastern districts. Madam Speaker, during the construction process, the occurrence of unforeseen works and additional works and works necessary to fulfill the completion of the project scopes across, in addition, the dramatic rise of costs due to supply chain challenges, and have led to the church, through the Public Works request, additional funding. The Public Works Department has been reminded that an additional cost outside of the specified scope and agreed budget are requested by the church and are the responsibility of the Bordentown Church of God. However, monies requested are for a genuine change. Madam Speaker, the ministry does not have the funding for the project. Therefore, we were requesting the government to make the funding available in order to complete the project, and increasing TP76, an Assistance for Infrastructure Development, of $1.5 million. We recognize that securing a Class A disaster hurricane shelter for Bordentown is critical, and the island is below a 10% occupancy ratio for required shelters. They had one word in here, I'm not going to use that one. But the situation has caused the government to utilize a few of the shelters to temporarily accommodate the migrants. In light of the foregoing requests for supplement funding in the amount of $1.5 million of the PMFL, 11.5 Public Management Finance Law, the following: a $49,358,302 in 2022, $4,181,902 in Section 11.5 of the Act, and a $45,176.4 in Section 12 of the Act, and increasing the operating expenses from $41,218,000 to $302, and an increase in capital expenditures of $8,140,000 and in $12,949,1.97 in 2023. $477,936 in Section 11.5 for the Act, and a $12,471,261 Section 12, and an increase in operating expenses by $7,949,197, and then increasing the capital expenditure by $5 million. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that the construction of the Bordentown Church multipurpose hall to be used for disaster hurricane shelter will contribute to the government's broad outcome to improve the well-being of our people so they can achieve their full outcomes, as well as building a modern infrastructure to ensure a successful future for our island. And Madam Speaker, Section 11.5 for the Public Management Financial Law 2020-2022 September session. Madam Speaker, the supplementary expenditure is being requested for Phase 2 of the Department of Vehicles and Equipment Services redevelopment project. Phase 1 of the project, which is completed the houses of the main administration building for the department. The over 8,700 square foot, two-story building, now integrated into employee stores and fleet service section. The improvement so far have enhanced staff productive and customer experience, all of which are contributing to the stable, effective, and accountable government of which we strive. Department of Vehicle and Equipment Services redevelopment project, which was started under the previous administration, continued to be a major priority of this government as we seek to provide a safe and modern and comfortable environment for hard-working employees or employers as well as customers. Madam Speaker, Phase 2 of the redevelopment plan involved the construction of the upgrade of a state-of-the-art 19 service bay facility capable of serving and maintaining various vehicles and equipment owned by government. These range from light-duty to heavy-duty vehicles and equipment. Upon construction completion, the total floor space will be 34,025 square feet. The expansions will see the increased number of bays and space, that which will lead to a better turnabout repair times and increasing work stability for large vehicles and minimize the employee exposure to the elements. In addition, the new facility will ensure that the government is in the position to support the innovation of new technology and the national energy policy as the department expands its fleet to hybrid and electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, my apologies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Phase 2 of the project faced logistic challenges when sourcing materials during the first quarter of 21. In addition, the construction materials globally were in short supply, resulting in the hyperinflation of costs for those materials directly impacting the project. Further to this, Madam Speaker, during the early construction phase of the project, there were significant structure change orders which resulted in additional costs and delays in the completion of the project. To complete the redevelopment Phase 2, it was necessary for the ministry to request additional funding. The ministry received an increase in appropriation in the amount of 1.7 to EA 161 from the subsea cable project of EA E171 DVS. This increased appropriation will not impact the ministry's and the government's forecast for the financial position for 2022 and the financial year, as a change involved in the transfer of funds with the same capital expenditures appropriation categories and do not increase overall planned expenditures. It is anticipated, Madam Speaker, that with the receipt of these additional fundings, work on DVS facility will be completed by the end of the fourth quarter of 2022. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Honorable House for their continued support for the DVS. It's a unique facility in the department. It is the only facility across the island which services every aspect of government vehicles and equipment services. A tremendous benefit will result from their work for many years to come, and we look to the future for the optimism and great anticipation of the department continued growth and success. Madam Speaker, moving on to parks. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement as to the circumstances surrounding the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture and Housing infrastructure requests to reallocation of funds from within 2022 budget to set out under Section 11.5 of the PMFL Law 2020. Madam Speaker, in the first instance of supplementary expenditures is being requested for expenditures related to Central Scranton Park. Scranton Park is one of the parks that was earmarked for works to be undertaken with some of these funds. The Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure has agreed to hand the project over to the Ministry of Tourism and Transport so that they can continue with the development. Given the handover to the Ministry of Tourism, it is more efficient to also relocate the funds to the ministry. This will ensure greater accountability and responsibility. Madam Speaker, there is no change in the scope of the project's cost, given that this is a direct transfer of funds and no deviation of the government's overall budget. It was held that a Section 11 on the 15th is an adequate mechanism. In addition, Madam Speaker, there are several surrounding parcels adjacent to the existing Scranton Park that the government is utilizing in order to facilitate more green space in the area. Madam Speaker, the government is desirous of utilizing some of these funds to facilitate this purchase. Madam Speaker, the purchasing of the surrounding parcels of Block 14, CJ Parcel 19 will enhance the area with green space and expand the community park. Given that changes only involve the transfer of funds within the same capital expenditures in the category and does not increase the overall planned expenditures, the Ministry of Finance and Economic and Development advised that the appropriation change will not impact the government's forecast in the financial performance of 2022 financial year. Therefore, Madam Speaker, pursuant of Section 11.5 of the PMFL, Ministry reduced its appropriation of EA 153 upgrade from the national parks by $400,000 and transferred to the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Tourism and Transport to EA 164 Central Scranton Park. Central Scranton Park by $1 million, and the Ministry of District Administration and Lands EA 4 lands for a purchase by $300,000. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that the continued development of Scranton Park and acquisition of the surrounding areas will contribute to the government's broad outcomes to improve the well-being of our people so they can achieve their full outcomes and the well-being of the modern infrastructure to ensure the successful future of our islands. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the honorable members of the House for their continuous support. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, and may God continue to bless the Cayman Islands. Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement as the circumstances surrounding the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure request to increase the allocation pursuant to Section 11.5 Public Management Finance Act revision to cover the project shortfall related to the Ministry's National Roads Authority for 22-23 financial year. Madam Speaker, the supplementary expenditure was requested to allow the Ministry to pay the National Roads Authority for the cleanup of the natural disaster in this case, Hurricane Ian. After the storm, there were a number of areas, but particularly to Georgetown waterfront, and saw quite a bit of debris on the streets and other areas. The NRA responded immediately to bring the area back to normal function. While the NRA had some funds to cover this cost, it is outstanding and should be reimbursed. Madam Speaker, pursuant of Section 11.5 of the Management Financial Act, Law 2020 revision, Ministry requested a transfer of $150,000 from 2022 PH1, advice and support of the Ministry of Planning and Lands and Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, 2022 new TPA 120 cleanup relating to natural disaster. This would be similar to the previous TP 106 cleanup for Tropical Storm Grace. However, we recommended it is defined more generally so as to be used going forward in the event of other natural disasters. In the second instance, there were a number of projects such as district roads, drainage, guardrails, required repairs, and other installations. 2023 budget for this appropriation was previously reduced, being transferred. Therefore, we required an increase in the funding of 22 and 2023. Some roads will utilize these fundings in 2022 are Lake Destiny Drive, Tropical Gardens, Woodland Drive, to name a few. In light of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, the pursuant of the Section 11.5 Public Management Finance Law, a request made to transfer $700,000 from 2022 EA 148 major road works to EA 36 miscellaneous road surface upgrades. Madam Speaker, the Ministry made all efforts to delay the need to request a supplementary funding by either bringing forward appropriation funds to 2022 budget from 2023 and fully utilizing the appropriated funds from both 22 and 2023 budget. Madam Speaker, as NRA is unable to provide these essential services without this request of funding, we thank you for all your consideration and the government as well.
Personal explanations?
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches?
None.
Raising of matter of privileges?
None.
Other business? Private member motions? Private member motion number 6 of 2022-23. Motion on allowing equity release mortgages to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown East.
The elected member, the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beg your indulgence. I'll be talking about a wrong motion. Aye. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quite an exhausting day. Madam Speaker, I want to thank PS member from East End, PS Rankin, for elected member for East End, for seconding agreeing to second this motion. Oh boy. Madam Speaker, a motion, a private member's motion, number 6, 2022 to 2023, a motion on allowing equity release mortgages. And whereas there is an increasing number of Caymanians reaching a mature age where they wish to retire with dignity, and whereas many of these persons have not accrued sufficient pension funds to support and maintain themselves after retirement, and whereas many of these persons will struggle to afford and maintain a respectable and decent lifestyle throughout their golden years, and whereas these persons own their own homes and/or properties, and these properties have considerable equity, and whereas these properties can be leveraged to gain access to funding for these retirees to support and assist with expenses during their years of retirement, be it therefore resolved that the government consider introducing equity release mortgages and review and amend any relevant legislation to find a way in effectively using home equity. I so move.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the private member's motion number 6 of 2022-2023, motion on allowing equity release mortgages.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to speak on this motion. I thank you, member for East End, for seconding this motion. I also thank the Deputy Premier for his support and vision on this motion, Madam Speaker. Some people may ask, what is an equity release mortgage, or in other words, a reverse mortgage? Madam Speaker, equity is used in the UK and reverse basically is used in the US. And now I must admit there are different options with regards to lifetime mortgage products, which will suit people with differing needs. An equity release mortgage is a means of releasing the equity in your home without having to move if you're over a certain age or at least at retirement age. In the UK, it's over 55, or in the US, it's over 62. Madam Speaker, equity release is a general term, but by far the most popular product is a lifetime mortgage. This is a loan that's secured against your home to give you a cash lump sum to spend as you please. In addition, further loans may be taken as and when you need them with a feature called drawdown. Madam Speaker, many people will use the funds released to make home improvements, assist family members, repay outstanding debts, or even take a holiday or purchase a car. If you're retired and a homeowner, then you may be eligible, even if you currently have a mortgage secured against your property. Madam Speaker, as designed in some countries, there are no monthly payments to make. Instead, interest is added to the amount that you owe each month. The loan amount and accrued interest is typically paid back on your passing or when you move into long-term care. However, there are some products that allow you to make voluntary monthly interest payments if you wish. Madam Speaker, a reverse mortgage or a form of equity release loan that allows you to unlock a percentage of money tied up within the value of your property. Rather than make regular payments, any interest is rolled up on top of the amount borrowed, with your property essentially acting as security for the loan. Madam Speaker, what this motion is essentially trying to do, and Madam Speaker, this is by no means the only option out there. Let's be clear, this will be an option, but one that will make our elderly who need to do so have that option to do so. Madam Speaker, as the motion reminded us, many of these persons will not have accrued enough pension to support and maintain themselves after they retire, and some people, God forbid, will struggle to afford and maintain a respectable and decent lifestyle throughout their golden years. Madam Speaker, most of all, they can live their final years after retirement with dignity instead of NAU in it. That's a new one. Or borrowing money from a close friend or a family member, as many have resorted to. Madam Speaker, an equity release program may not be suitable for everyone, which is why it is important to seek advice from a qualified advisor who will take them through everything they need to know about releasing money from your portfolio. Madam Speaker, this is something new to the Cayman Islands, and one knows that lots of questions will be asked. But, Madam Speaker, you can take out a reverse mortgage on either a sole or a joint ownership basis. Joint ownership would be the typical for married couples and are typically arranged on a last death basis, where the funds you borrow don't need to be repaid until the last surviving spouse dies. Madam Speaker, for conventional mortgages, the maximum you can borrow is governed by each lender's affordability criteria. With a reverse mortgage, the maximum amount you can borrow will depend on your age, health, and the value of your property. Madam Speaker, the older you are, the more you're able to borrow with the schemes in the UK and the US and Australia. An applicant who is 78 years old will be able to borrow more than a 59-year-old. It is a unique financial tool, unlike any other, in that it offers borrowers the ability to access their home equity without the burden of monthly mortgage payments. An equity release plan is not the only option if you wish to free up some cash in retirement. Downsizing the property could be a preferable alternative to releasing equity from the home. But, Madam Speaker, since 1998, when the mandatory pension plan came into effect, most persons who are 50 years and over was already too mature to have enough time in a plan to sustain them until their passing. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is said that you should start your pension contribution as soon as you can and when you're young. Making early pension contributions let you make full use of compound interest. This means that even small savings early on can be more important than larger savings later. The later you start, it becomes trickier to build up a pot to sustain you in retirement. Madam Speaker, Bordentown East elected me to find creative ways to help ease the pain on my people all around this country. There is no love short here. For the love I have for my people, I feel I am very necessary. Madam Speaker, I say to my people, don't let your votes be silent. Vote for people who care for you. I see some people already popping up for next election. They have a lot to say, but little to no help to anyone but themselves. Beware of the opportunists. Madam Speaker, I know persons who are retired that can benefit from this. I know persons who are working past their retirement age, not because they love working, and some of them do, but because they can't afford to quit, Madam Speaker. Just the plain facts. I know a lady of whom will remain nameless, who is battling right now to save her home. It is only her living in the house. That house she built from hard work, who is over 70 years old and still out working. She can benefit from this if she so chooses. Madam Speaker, this is only one element of what this government is working on, but other initiatives the Deputy Premier is working on, along with the Premier. Madam Speaker, we ought to be proud of something like this and pass it unanimously, as our people will see us working for them. I am proud to be the face of the faceless and the voice of the voiceless, and every face tells a story, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, most lenders will offer a loan to the value of 55%, and the maximum will be determined by your age, health, and home value. As said, reverse mortgages can attribute their definition by the way they allow interest to roll up on top of the original capital borrowed, and for the total amount to be repaid at an undefined point in the future, as opposed to conventional mortgages where regular payments reduce the outstanding balance over a predetermined period. Madam Speaker, upon death, God forbid, of the borrower and eligible non-borrowing spouse, the loan becomes due and payable. Your heirs will have 30 days from receiving the due notice from the lender to buy the home, sell the home, or turn the home over to the lender to satisfy the debt. Madam Speaker, I mentioned 30 days, but this is what other countries are doing. We can satisfy ourselves with other amount of times as we so choose. Let's face it, sooner or later, with their age, the future becomes more uncertain. This can take a toll on their physical and mental health. Make them live out the rest of their lives feeling happiness and at peace, as well as feeling loved and cared for. It is simply the right thing to do as a human being. It's just right that you care for your elders, Madam Speaker. You show your own humanity and simply do what is right. Part of properly caring for your elderly and your loved ones is providing them with a sense of purpose, so they will always look forward to the days ahead of them look forward to the days ahead of them instead of being filled with dread of uncertainty, and instead provide them with a sense of community and social life that empowers them and energizes them. Madam Speaker, in closing, I quote the words of my good friend from Bordentown West. No one cares what you know until they know that you care. Caring comes in how we take care of our most vulnerable, in our children and in our seniors, Madam Speaker, and our special needs. Madam Speaker, I have given information as to what an equity release is, or reverse mortgage, as some know it best as, and would like the whole House to support this, to show the elderly that we care about them and that we're willing to do things to ensure that they live their lives in comfort, especially their golden years. Madam Speaker, I ask the whole House to consider what I've just presented to them and support this motion so we can give our seniors another option and some hope. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and God bless the Cayman Islands.
Does any member wish to speak? Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make contribution to this debate on the private member's motion number 6 before us on equity release mortgages. Madam Speaker, the mover of the motion did a very credible and great job of explaining what a reverse mortgage or equity release mortgage is and how it can be used, and truly extol the virtues of these types of loan products that are available. They are not at this time available in Cayman. And that's what the motion appears to be asking government to do. But Madam Speaker, as I read the motion and considered from the very outset, I asked myself and tried to rationalize, why is this motion before us? And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I know it was back in February that the Minister, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance had laid this out publicly as a policy of the government. And, it's been 10 months since that was done, but we had not heard anything further from the government with regard to what they were contemplating. And so it's difficult really knowing that this is a policy of the government. And here we are again, a member of the government, asking government to consider doing this again. So I see a bit of a conflict here and uncertainty, and I'm hoping someone will explain to us on this side why it is even here at this point. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would just, for the sake of completeness, lay the article in the compass of February the 3rd it was that spoke to the announcement by the Deputy Premier as to the introduction of these reverse mortgages. Well, Madam Speaker, I said at the very outset that I commended the mover for pointing out and extolling all the virtues of a reverse mortgage. But in all the points that he made, and for every point made, Madam Speaker, there is also a contrary situation or risks that are involved in these types of products. They are not a panacea for everybody in their older age needing access to funds. In fact, they are described in almost every country where they are offered as very complex instruments, and one that people don't generally understand. It's easy to understand when you're talking about a regular mortgage, but when you're talking about a reverse mortgage or equity release mortgage, they are far more complex. And Madam Speaker, in many countries, the countries that offer them, you cannot even apply for one of these mortgages unless you have gone and had financial counseling and can demonstrate that you have undertaken that financial counseling before you can apply, where the risks are explained to you so that you can go into or enter into these types of transactions with full knowledge and understanding, because they are more risky. They also tend to be more expensive than any other type of loan. And Madam Speaker, the primary reason for people undertaking these types of mortgages is truly to smooth their income or smooth their spending. Because what happens when you retire is that at the point of your retirement, you're going from what generally would be your peak earnings down to a fraction of it when you retire. And so it is designed really to release the value in your home and allow you to smooth your spending throughout the rest of your life. But there are huge risks there with that. Madam Speaker, I mentioned also that the interest rates on these types of mortgages are of a variable rate, much like any type of mortgage that we have here in Cayman. So there is a real risk that borrowers can live long enough that they hit the ceiling, that the roll-up of interest on what they have borrowed could hit the ceiling, and they therefore have no further ability to take out any more borrowing unless they find some way to repay what they have. And that could provide challenges later on in life and during that critical time period. In fact, 2018, the default rates from 2014 to 2018 in the US went from 2% to something like 18% because of things like this. So there are real dangers. Typical terms of mortgages, they require the homeowner to maintain their home. You can't just say, well, oh, the bank will get it or the lender will get it, and it's their problem. It isn't. You have to maintain that home to a respectable condition. Otherwise, it can be an event of default and lead to foreclosure proceedings with the lender seeking to recover his money. There are often ongoing costs and hidden costs with these things that make it that much more expensive in order to operating. If you take out the lump sum early, it increases the payable interest. Many older people and many people do not understand the concept of compounding interest that consumers. And borrowers can underestimate how quickly their home equity can simply deteriorate. The other risk you face, Madam Speaker, are changes in the value of the real estate market. If home prices decline or do not grow as expected or interest rates rise, the value of a home can be eaten up quickly by the repayments that they fund. If the property owner passes away, Borrowers or their estate are often not able to pay off the loan balance other than through selling the secured property. And Madam Speaker, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the overriding consideration here too is that a person who has lent, there is an obligation first and foremost is that the loan must be repaid. But if you enter into that sort of a situation where the borrowers are often not able to pay off the loan, this will force anyone else who lives in the home, such as family members, to move out unless there are tenancy provisions allowing them to remain for a period of time in the home. And the member quite mentioned there that the 30-day period that is typically seen in other countries. Because of the risks and the uniqueness of these types of products, Madam Speaker, the U.S. is the only country that I know of where they are actually administered and offered by commercial banks. In Canada, I know that there are two institutions, non-bank institutions, that offer them. And so that is an issue that, assuming that we would have to face and decide how these things are going to be offered in the community to the country and who would offer them. In Australia and the US, they have taken steps to establish a no negative equity guarantee. That is to eliminate the risk to consumers that they must repay more than the value of their secured property at the end of the loan. In other words, Madam Speaker, some countries have put laws in place so that if the interest rates or the value of your property decreases and you hit that maximum where your loan is equal to your estimated value of the property, the law would require that it is the lender who would have to eat that loss rather than the borrower, which is good for the borrower. As I mentioned before, Madam Speaker, the default rates on these types of loans are far higher than they are for normal loans, mortgage loans. And that was mainly because the borrowers failed to comply with loan terms and conditions, such as the occupancy requirements or staying current on their property taxes or hazard insurance, because the homeowner is still required to insure it, even though ultimately it would be the lender possibly who would take over the home once the person passed away. The suitability of a reverse mortgage, it depends entirely, Madam Speaker, on the personal circumstances of the borrower and the cost of the loan. As I said at the very outset, they are not for everybody, and it should never be viewed as a panacea. I have not heard from, at this point at least in the debate, and maybe we will, as to what a scheme could look like here in Cayman. And it would be useful to hear also how many elderly property owners are reliant on government social services payments that could be avoided if they were taking out or allowed to take out a reverse mortgage. So we don't know what effect that could really have on NAU if we had such a program in place. Regardless of what product is offered and whether it's offered by government or the financial sector, it will have to be very well regulated and very well managed if it is to have any chance of succeeding. The experience in other countries has shown that there is some commercial reluctance among banks to offer home equity release products, and some are actually prohibited. And if government is mindful to proceed with the motion and to accept it, I think it is important that government must seek out the best advice that they can find. It requires specialist knowledge, whether it is to devise the legislation or to provide a regulatory framework around it. It is absolutely necessary. As I mentioned several times in this debate thus far, they are complex instruments. They carry risks higher than you would normally find in any borrower-lender relationship. It's not just for the borrower, but for the lender also. It covers both sides. There are many pitfalls, some of which I've described here, and admit I've not covered every one, but I've sought to highlight what I see are the major risks that would come to any government. My preference and my recommendation to government and to the mover would be for the government to develop the bespoke regulation and legislation rather than necessarily amend the Banks and Trust Companies law, because my personal view is that there will be some reluctance from commercial banks to offer the product. I think it is significant enough that the bespoke legislation would be needed, because these instruments don't have to be offered by commercial banks only. There may be insurance companies that might have an interest in doing so as a way of investing their resources. There may be other entities as well. Madam Speaker, I've sought to present the other side of the story and of this issue, or in terms of reverse mortgages, to provide a balance that we all understand clearly what the risks are. Certainly there are valid reasons for having them, but from my perspective, I would urge caution in all of these things. We got to think it through clearly and make sure that we can devise something that would be obviously, I think, unique to Cayman, and one that would take care of the nuances and the challenges you face in Cayman. It is never easy to take and to evict an elderly person from their home. I don't know anyone in this room here this evening that would like or enjoy having to make that kind of a decision and to evict people from their homes. And the last thing we want to do, despite the need for this type of a product, is to introduce something that people don't understand and rush into, not fully appreciating what they're signing up for. Having said that, Madam Speaker, from the opposition side, I think I'm prepared to say we support it, but with much caution. Let's make sure that government accepting the motion and already indicating that it's part of their policy, that we take the time to get it right and make sure that we do something that I think ultimately we can all look back on and say, we done good for Cayman. So with that, Madam Speaker, I only conclude by saying, I know I've been sort of maybe negative on it, but I think it's important. You got to get both sides of the story. You got to know the good, you got to know the bad. And that's what I have attempted to. When I spoke with the member, the mover, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I asked him why he's bringing it. I understood, and I knew then clearly that he was coming and would be speaking and extolling the virtues of reverse mortgages. And I felt from the opposition standpoint, we needed to have that balance. So I'm happy I've had the opportunity to do so, ma'am, and I thank you very much.
The elected member for East End.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here. My voice is not as booming as the member for Bordentown East, but I realize he has a height advantage on me. Madam Speaker, I rose a short while ago to second private member's motion number 6/22/23, motion on allowing equity release mortgages, which was moved by my friend, member from Bordentown East. The member in his presentation went through the whereas that gave the rationale and why this motion is being brought to the House today. It is my hope to use my short contribution to further detail what we vision. Madam Speaker, in the government strategic policy document, specifically broad outcome 3, the government aims to be providing solutions to improve the well-being of our people. Under point 4, entitled Providing Adequate and Affordable Housing in Our Communities, Part A speaks about government-guaranteed home-assisted mortgages. It is my intention in second this motion that the government can make strides in fulfilling this broad outcome in a way by allowing for equity release mortgages that will improve the well-being of our people, especially our seniors. Madam Speaker, the resolve of the motion asks the government to consider the introduction of equity release mortgages and to review and amend any relevant legislation to find a way in effectively using home equity. As my colleague and the leader of opposition noted, it's worth noting that this has been done in other countries, so the precedent exists for which the government can use as a model for what a local equity release mortgage would look like. Countries such as the UK, USA, Hong Kong, Malta, France, Spain, and Portugal all have some variation of equity release mortgages that is available to their senior citizen. But Madam Speaker, let me be clear about my support for this motion. It is and should only be available as an option to those who need it and are qualified for such an arrangement under relevant legislation and managed, in my opinion, by a government-owned banking institution. To this end, I'm happy to say I have spoken to the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Finance, and I look forward to working with him to make this a suitable option for our people. While the terms of the qualification and the way this could be executed will be determined by the government later, I wish to briefly expound on how I envision such a program could be of benefit to our communities. Madam Speaker, during the Older Persons Month celebration at the Lion Center, I was delighted to speak on behalf of the Minister, the Honourable Minister responsible for investment, innovation, and social development. At that event, I noted that the recent census data by the Government Economic and Statistics Office shows that currently the Cayman Islands is home to 4,700 Caymanians who are older than 65 years of age. Just to note, Madam Speaker, of that number, 240 are from the District of East End. Over the coming 10 years, it is expected that 5,000 additional Caymanians will reach that age. The census further noted. Madam Speaker, that means many of us in here are going to be in that 5,000 number. Madam Speaker, thankfully these statistics demonstrate the fact that we are living longer and healthier lives. But with many of our aging population are indeed living longer, some find themselves in awkward positions where they are struggling to make ends meet. The rise in the cost of fuel and imported inflation, as well as the trickle-down effect that has on the daily lives of our people, it is imperative that the government implement solutions that can help people in different stages of life. Madam Speaker, while I was very conscious not to break our standing orders, specifically Section 411, which speaks about repeating points made on the floor, I think for the benefit of our constituents and the listening public who are not familiar with the equity release mortgage, that is worth mentioning it again. Simply put, an equity release mortgage is a way of releasing some of the value from your home without the person having to worry about monthly payments, where they can use the funds to assist with making them live a life, as my good friend, the Deputy Premier, speaks about, life of dignity. By having an equity release mortgage, it could allow you to stay in your home through their sunset years. So, take for example, Madam Speaker, an elderly person within our community who owns their own home, or owns most of their home, receiving their pension, but the fact is the amount they receive from the pension is not enough to live on. Due to their age, they will not qualify for standard financial assistance arrangements from most lending institutions. However, by the government allowing for equity release mortgages, there could be more options available to them than at present. Madam Speaker, there could be many reasons why some of our aging population might want to be interested in releasing equity from their existing home. Some of them are, for example, if they would like to supplement their pension. As I explained in my example, with the pension that many of them are receiving, they really need the additional resources. An equity release mortgage would provide a way to access more funds for a better standard of living, whether for medical or other expenses. Persons who do not have any beneficiaries but want to live a more comfortable life as they get older, an equity release mortgage can help these people access more funds. Making home improvements where they can get additional income. We in this Honorable House will be aware of the persons in our community who rely on the income of renting an additional room or part of their house to supplicate their income. Persons may also want to give their beneficiary a deposit to purchase a home or other property, or paying for residential care fees. Madam Speaker, these are but a few of the reasons, and I'm sure others will come out during the debate on this motion. The aim, Madam Speaker, is not to create a system where our seniors and families are losing their family homes, but to open means of financial security to our older residents in their golden years. To make sure this is not misunderstood or miscued, Madam Speaker, it is my hope that by being managed by a government banking institution, it would limit this function from being misused and ensure that government can have a direct way to ensuring that the equity release mortgage program is fit for the use it was intended to be. As the Leader of Opposition noted, of course there will be some risk, but I would also like to hear from other members their thoughts on how such legislation and regulation can be strengthened to ensure our people benefit. Madam Speaker, in other countries that already have an equity release mortgage program, a few of which I mentioned earlier, there are generally two types. These are the lifetime mortgage and the home reversion plan. For the lifetime mortgage, the person would, once they qualified on a set process, would be able to take out a mortgage on some of the value of their house. The interest on the mortgage would be compounded, and they would not have to make any monthly payments, or they could choose to make interest-only payments if they wish. Under this type of equity release, the value of the mortgage plus the interest would be payable upon death or if the person was moved to a residential long-term facility. Madam Speaker, the second type of this equity release is the home reversion plan. This is where you would sell all or part of your house to the lender or the provider, who would then pay a lump sum or monthly payments, taking in consideration the life expectancy as one of the criteria. This will also allow the person to continue to live in their home as if they owned it rent-free for the rest of their life. Madam Speaker, the ways that I've mentioned are not the only way it can work, but rather the most common versions of the equity release programs. If the government accepts this private member's motion, I know that there will be some risk, as the leader of opposition spoke about. However, as legislators, we must do all that is necessary to minimize those risks so our people can live comfortably. Madam Speaker, I'm also wary not to propose this as a silver bullet option, like a panacea, as the leader of opposition spoke about a number of times. Yeah. This mortgage option may not be suitable for some, but I think that most, if not every member of this House, wants to find ways to help our seniors. An equity release mortgage can be one of the ways that this can be achieved. Madam Speaker, for the removal of all doubt, it is also my position that it should be required that persons would have to be apprised of the risk and any other implications before they agree. I further agree with measures in some jurisdictions where equity release is allowed, that mandatory legal advice is sought by all owners of the property that will be subject to the equity release. In some jurisdictions, each owner must get legal advice separate and apart from the legal advisor that would handle the equity release on behalf of the provider. This will serve to ensure that what is envisioned is not intentionally destructive and that each party to the agreement understands what is expected. Madam Speaker, as I draw to the close of my contribution, I look forward to discussions at different stages and at times hearing from those in this Honourable House, as well as in my community and others who can ensure that such an offering of equity release mortgages is the safest and most efficient and effective way for our people. I look forward to the rest of the contribution for this debate by other members on this motion and see how best we can effect change for seniors in our community. God bless this Honourable Parliament and God bless the Cayman Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just need to get the dais. Not that I have a speech, just that I need something to lean on after such a long day. Yeah. Nice and firm. Madam Speaker, the Bible teaches us, woe be unto the shepherd who feeds himself and not the flock. Should the shepherd not feed the flock? Madam Speaker, listening to the contribution by the member from Buddentown East, my good friend, he ended it with a quote that I've always used and others use. I can't say I am the originator of it. I found it someplace and I kept repeating it because I like it. Where he said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Madam Speaker, as I was looking back through the motion again on this topic, and there was one of the whereas that jumped out at me. And it says, And whereas many of these persons have not accrued sufficient pension funds to support and maintain themselves after retirement. Madam Speaker, that's it right there. We need to recognize, Madam Speaker, that we have, for starters, an inadequate pension system. There's a lot of work that is being done with regards to pension, and especially now, because of the COVID pandemic, it is even more challenging. Madam Speaker, to put this in context, under the current pension regime, the private sector contribution rate is 10%, up to, mark you, a certain amount. It means, Madam Speaker, the contribution rate of 10%, it takes 10 years to save 1 year's salary. And Madam Speaker, if you start working from 16 to 65, 49 years, or run it up to 50, that is 5 years' worth of salary a person would have saved during their lifetime. And if all goes well, and your investment produces something, that 5 years' worth of salary could have probably been doubled during that period of time, Madam Speaker, whereas you have 10 years' worth of salary when you go to retire. Madam Speaker, the mortality rate for women in this country is 85. The mortality rate for men is around 79, I believe, thereabouts. It means if we have people going to retirement at 65, or even worse, some banks don't want to touch people past the age of 65. It means then, Madam Speaker, half our population, which are actually women, as per the last census, are living 20 years past the age of retirement. 20 years. But your pension has only given you 10 years' worth of salary. Again, assuming that your 5 years' worth of salary that you would have saved in 50 years of working has doubled. And I am sure everyone inside here have seen their private sector pension double during the time that they have been there. So I guess we can rely on your pension doubling at the rate in which we're going. And that's assuming, Madam Speaker, that your pension has doubled. Madam Speaker, we need to find ways to take care of our people. And yes, as the Leader of Opposition pointed out, as with any product, any financial product, there comes risk. There are people in this country who have put money in bank accounts that they thought was safe, and the bank went on, Madam Speaker. So even that in itself came with a certain amount of risk. But Madam Speaker, business or management has never been about avoiding risk. It has always been about managing risk. The word entrepreneur comes from the French word meaning risk taker. There's always some element of risk. We pass legislation here every day, Madam Speaker, well, we do come down here. There are things we refer to as legislative risk, political risk, liquidity risk, credit risk, market risk. There's always risk. But that does not mean we stop. There's risk in crossing the road. That doesn't mean we don't cross the road. There's risk in driving a car. That doesn't mean we stop driving. It means we manage risk, Madam Speaker. We put in speed limits. We put in stop signs. We put in street lights. We put in different things to manage those risks. And this is what this product will require, is managing risk. We also need to recognize, Madam Speaker, that during the COVID pandemic, people withdrew, some people, and some of them didn't need it either, I'll say that much, withdrew up to 25% of their pension. And then on top of that, even an additional 10,000 or something like that, or whichever way it was allowed, No, sorry, allow 10,000 and another 25% of the remainder or something like that. We already have pension underfunded pre-COVID, Madam Speaker. Then we add the pension withdrawal during COVID. And then on top of that, we also had the pension holiday, Madam Speaker. So we already have people right now at a certain age in this country that will reach retirement age, and their pension more than likely is going to be insufficient. And then the question is, what do we do with those people? Do we sit by and allow them to come water the states? Or do we insist that we enforce the maintenance law where their families have to take care of them before they turn to the government for assistance? Or, as my good friend from Buddentown, he says, we create avenues to allow them to retire in dignity. Madam Speaker, the first time this issue popped up on my radar, I was in opposition. I had a constituent of mine. He had a property, over 700,000 free and clear, 2 children. That did absolutely nothing for that man. Nothing. When I would visit him, sometimes he would swear blind that when he passes, he's either going to leave his house to his helper or his nurse, depends on which mood he was in. There are days, Madam Speaker, the man didn't even have electricity in his house. And there are days we had to pick up the phone and call NAU and beg them to assist this man. A property of $700,000 and can't even have his lights on. Madam Speaker, in other countries, there are safeguards that are built into this. And one of the things that we need to consider, as the motion has asked the government to consider, is what it is that we can do to help our people. Not everyone wants to be a ward of the state. Madam Speaker, I know people, I have found unique ways to assist people without them asking. Literally, you have to get creative sometimes to help people, because there are people in this country that just don't want any assistance in any shape, any form from the government, because it makes them feel a certain way, as if they have failed, they have become inadequate or something. We then need to make sure that those people have the product. This, as we said, is not the silver bullet. It is just another option for our people to have if they need it. Our job inside here as lawmakers, as legislators, Madam Speaker, is to find ways to make people's lives better. We can find every single reason under the sun not to do something. But our job is not just to highlight the problems, because one of the things about the election, Madam Speaker, everybody, when they're running, you read their manifesto, they have the solution for every problem that this country faces. And it's when you get inside here, you realize you have what social planners refer to as a wicked problem, where you think you fix one problem and you create another problem. Madam Speaker, we are a young island, but we are a blessed island. Make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker, there's a God, and believe me, He loves a Cayman. My grandmother's always telling me that Cayman has enough blessing because our forefathers and foremothers have left enough blessings on this island, that despite bad decisions that we make, the Cayman Islands always find a way to pull through. Sometimes not as a result of decisions we take inside here. Sometimes despite the decisions that we take inside here, the Cayman Islands has always found a way to prosper. And Madam Speaker, when I think about this motion, and I think about our own aging population, we also have to accept, as the current group of legislators, but also for past legislators that have been inside here, that there are many things that we could have done, should have done, that we never did. One of the things that we have never done in this country that we should have done was the creation of our capital markets long time. Madam Speaker, you take something as housing, which is a basic human right. We, in essence, have literally left that off to the banks alone to determine who get loans and who get this and who get that. Look at where we are today with the model that we have. We have now reached a point in our own country where many of our own people can't even get something as basic as housing. Just yesterday, Madam Speaker, the Minister for Planning and myself attended by invitation the Board of Directors meeting for the Cayman Development Bank. And one of the discussions that we had with the bank was looking at a product just for our seniors. And Madam Speaker, I spoke about it before, and it was a call, 40 minutes and 25 seconds, that I'll never forget one Wednesday morning, where one of my constituents called me, where interest rates have raised on her, and inflation and everything else, that when she went to the bank, 3 years from retirement, 3 years from paying off her mortgage, for her to maintain the same rate or something similar that she can afford, she has to work an additional 3 years past the age at which she planned to retire. And it almost felt like a death sentence. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, as an elected representative, even worse a Minister of Cabinet, and even worse the Minister of Finance, to listen to a woman sit there for 14 minutes and 25 seconds literally crying, it moved me. And at that point I sat and I said, you know what, Chris, while we have been, to use the term of my former member from this house, from Savannah, pussyfooting around in this house, looking at certain things, people out there are struggling. And I went to the board and I said, we are going to pay you your capital injection for next year quite early than we normally would do throughout the year. And from that, we would like for you to set aside maybe $2 million of the money that we're going to pay you just for people above the age of 60, just for people with a low loan to value, people with a 20-25% loan to value. Like my friend there who has $58,000 balance left, that now on a property that's worth over $700,000. So she doesn't have to work that additional 3 years and say, you know what, let us give her an interest rate, or that group of people an interest rate that is not only competitive, but affordable. And you know, Madam Speaker, I really and truly want to thank my colleagues in the boards that we have assembled, and in particular the Cayman Development Bank Board, because I'm not going to sit back and tell you every member on that board is mine. Everyone within this caucus or within this underside contributed to the membership of these boards. And when I look at the membership and see the balance of the board that we have, the one thing that that allowed myself and the minister to leave that meeting feeling a bit optimistic is I found that they actually care. I look at the chairman, who was a former member of this honorable house, Mr. Mark Scotland. I look at Ms. Lucille, who's a former member of this house, who's also an older person councils. People who understand, people who get it, that we need to do something to help our people. Is $2 million a lot of money? Absolutely not. But you know what? If that can help 10, 15, 20 families at least sleep better at night, and then when you consider, Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization definition of health since 1947, a state of health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of diseases and infirmity. It is that mental and social well-being, the ability for someone to wake up in the morning or go to bed at night knowing that, you know what, tomorrow may be better. There's hope. And this has always been the one thing that our people ask of us. They know, Madam Speaker, that we have limits. As I've said, Madam Speaker, there are countries out there bigger than us, more powerful than us, who can go into a back room, print money that they want, spend all the money they want, and they still have more problems than us. But all our people is asking for is hope. One little thing for us to understand that we are at least aware of the challenges that they have. We're aware of the problems that they have. Madam Speaker, let me tell you, there are some structural things that we need to do. But Cayman has always been a place where we move cautiously. We don't do knee-jerk things. And yes, I am glad that the minister, the member for Bordentown East brought this motion, because this is something the government is still working on. But like with any other thing else, there are certain things we need to put in place. Right now, the Cayman Islands Development Bank is actually working the Caribbean Development Bank to actually restructure themselves as a proper development bank. As I said to them yesterday, you're moving too much into the commercial realm, and you're forgetting that you're a development bank. In 2021, Madam Speaker, $900,000 lent. This year, under this government, $15 million lent. That's a big difference. And on top of that, rates that were fixed at up to 3.75% fixed when interest rates was rising up. This is what it's about. It's about helping our people. You know, there are corporate entities in Cayman, Madam Speaker, that I can tell you that have said to us, you know, Chris, we are willing to put a deposit into the Cayman Islands Development Bank, but there are certain things that we want to see. There are certain restructuring that we want to get. Thus the reason we're working to find that. Because, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest things with banking, and people need to understand this, and this is one of the things that drive costs, because there are times in the United States where even when the Fed is raising interest rates, mortgage rates are going down. Because in the United States, the mortgages are not tied to the Fed rate. Madam Speaker, they're tied to the bond market. And sometimes the market goes differently in different directions. And that has been the difference. So what we have, Madam Speaker, is banks in Cayman right now taking money that is literally overnight deposits, because no one has gone to a bank and said, here, put this money on deposit for me for 20, 25, 30 years. No one has done that. The most they may have is a 1 year or 5 year fix. What do the bank do? Take your money, your overnight money, lump it up, and they lend it to somebody for 20, 25 years and pray to God that nobody comes and pick it up during that period of time. This is what banking is. No, they call that liquidity risk. Why? Because you have taken something cash that is liquid and you have converted it into a mortgage that is liquid. That is not easily converted back to cash. That itself comes with a risk. Then there's also concentration risk, Madam Speaker, where if you sit down and lend money only to people who work in the construction industry, and if something goes wrong in the construction industry, guess what? So now you have to sit down and balance your portfolio. I'm going to lend some people who work in construction. I'm going to lend some people who work in financial services. I'm going to lend some people who work in tourism. These are all the risks that banks sit down and manage, Madam Speaker. So the member, leader of the opposition, is correct. Now there's a lot of risks that we have to sit down and mitigate and look at. And more than likely, this will require some level of bespoke legislation just to deal with this kind of things. But the most important thing, Madam Speaker, is that we do something. Doing nothing is not an option. We have an aging population. In the last election, Madam Speaker, the average voter age in Bordentown West was 49. I want to know the funny thing about it. That was the second youngest of all the districts. The lowest was actually Newlands. Cayman, Brack, Western, Little Cayman, I think the average age is like 57 over there. So there are structural things that we need to accept within our overall population that needs to look at. But doing nothing is not an option. So to the member from Bordentown East who has brought this, I can safely say to him, we are working on a solution. And while we're working on a solution, as I said before, this government can walk and chew gum. We are looking at something that hopefully, after speaking to the board yesterday, myself and the Minister for Planning, that they will be looking at the $2 million and saying, no, let us set this aside for our seniors. Because, Madam Speaker, in these rising interest rates, and just yesterday again we saw interest rates go up, younger people have the ability to go into the bank and refinance and stretch the payment out over a longer period of time because they have age on their side. Our seniors don't have it. And we need to make sure that we put something in place because these are the people that we do not want stressing. They have already given so much for Cayman. They have already put up so much. And in the time in which they're now getting ready to look towards the golden years to retire, to have fun, look at their grandchildren, they're basically now spending 14 minutes and 25 seconds on the phone, wondering why they have to work 3 years longer than they wanted to. Madam Speaker, this is not the Cayman. And it's talking about $58,000 for a property that's worth $700,000. Caymanian people, Madam Speaker, will starve, but they pay their mortgage first. They will starve, but they pay in CUC first. I have been into homes, Madam Speaker, and you know what I've learned the first time I was campaigning? I remember my grandfather used to say to me, boy, Chris, if you go to somebody's home and they don't offer you something to drink, you're not welcome. It was when I was campaigning, I've been in homes and I realized, oh God, they didn't offer me nothing to drink. And I'm like, oh, Chris, you didn't do well. And it is when one day a woman looked at me and she said, Mr. Saunders, I would offer you something to drink, but all I have is the water in the pipe. I've been into homes where people offer me the little cups, the little drinks thing that they put in the kids' lunch pan. That is how our people are. They are proud people. So sitting back and giving them some option to at least reduce the dignity gap is not something that we cannot consider. The government must consider this. And yes, we are working for it, and maybe we need to move a little bit faster. But we need to do something. Doing nothing is not an option. So, to my good friend from Bordentown East, who ironically, just over a year ago, crossed aisle and joined this team, I want to say to you that your journey was not in vain. Because this is still a government that cares about our people, and this is still a government that remains people-driven. And don't care how people are struggling, and don't care how much you feel their pain. One thing does not change. It still takes cash to care. And don't care what it is that we can sit down in here and see. And don't care what it is we can say, the risk that needs to be managed and this and that, whatever. And they care and don't care how much knowledge we have on this subject. One thing still does not change. People do not care how much we know until they know how much we care. And to my good friend from Bordentown East, I brought this motion, and my colleague from East End, who is actually missing his event in East End, to be here, to do the people work. I want to assure them as the Minister of Finance. I want to assure them as the person with constitutional responsibility for Cayman Islands Development Bank. And I can say this much, because I can tell you, this government is going to find a solution. And I want people to understand something here. The Premier, you're not going to find someone who's going to sit down and look at every single thing of how this can impact many different things than the Premier. He has an analytical mind. And I can tell you, when we do get this through, and we will get it through, and I can assure you, with the lens that the Premier will put on it, that if you see when it comes down here, it's going to be something good. Because he does not sit in that seat and allow ministers or anybody in this government to just do pipe dreams or anything like that. He's also a person who understands what the Caymanian means, steady as you goes. We don't do anything crazy. It will take time. In the interim, I am hoping that the Cayman Islands Development Bank do look at the product just for our seniors, those with a low loan-to-value, good credit risk and everything, good credit rating, good credit history, and we can find some solution for them. And I'm going to ask the banks them in this country too, Madam Speaker. The last time I looked at it, over $15 billion worth of assets was sitting in the Class A commercial banks in this country. They need to do more. They can do more. They need to do better. They can do better. But at the end of the day, we're all in this boat together. And while some of us may be young today, if God has blessed us with some level of longevity, we're going to be where our seniors will be. And how we treat them today will also determine how we ourselves are treated tomorrow. So I am happy to work with the member from Bordentown East and my colleague from East End on finding a solution to help our people. Because this is what this government is about, being people-driven and looking after our people. And John, well, I apologize. I have to, in this house, I have to refer to you as the member of Bordentown West. Sorry, Bordentown East. I want to say this much. Thank you for reminding me. This is something that's still being worked on. And like I said, we have already started taking some steps. We have seen the fixed rate loans that CIDB has been offering, that again, all the lending has pretty much been used up. And again, I am very happy with the board that we have, like I said, to move from 900,000 of lending in 2021 to over 15 million. And it's only because we couldn't lend more in 2022. It speaks volume. But we need to do better by our seniors. We need to fix the pension. We need to fix a lot of the structural issues. For years, we have said to Cayman young people have asked, bring some of the pension money home. Bring some of the long-term money home that can actually go a long way in helping our people. And that's what we need to work on. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the government, I want to thank the colleagues for putting things back in perspective for us in terms of what we need to do. I want to also give the Leader of the Opposition the assurance that this is not something that the government is going to go into willy-nilly. We're not going to do anything to allow people to lose their homes, but we also have to accept that some of our young people are not doing right by their parents. I've known some of the young people that they're almost sitting down waiting on their parents to pass so they can get their property and sell it. I've seen some of that too, and it may not be a nice thing to say, but it's reality. Because some of them need to treat their parents better too. Some of them need to do better. You know what I mean? And I can tell you what, for my gentleman up there who already swear blind he's going to leave his property to either the nurse or the helper, or maybe both of them, depends on which mood he's in, I would be happy because his kids don't do a bloody thing for him. And I'm glad, I hope to God he don't leave them nothing. And I know he's listening too. You know? So from that standpoint, well, I hope his kids them do something for him. I hope they at least go look for him this Christmas. I mean, it's really disgraceful the way they treat him. I'm sorry. You know, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure we have something in place for our people to at least retire in dignity. You know, I'm sick and tired of the man sitting down there some days, you drive past, his house is in darkness. People are not supposed to be living like that. When Caymanian wealth is tied up in their equity. Banks don't want to touch him because he's too old. What's the use of having an asset if you can't benefit nothing from it? You know, so I will heed the words of the opposition, and I really want to thank the Honorable Leader for taking the time out, because he is right in the sense of we need to make sure we're careful with this, because if we don't get it right, there are a lot of risks that will come with it. But as I said before, doing nothing is not an option, because too much of our people, they at least need to be able to sleep better at night and wake up better at night, knowing that at the end of the day, this is still a government that cares about our people. And I would like to say, not just with this government, I'm going to even say the members opposite also, because I can't sit back and say that they don't care about people. I would be misleading the public in that regard. So I want to thank them all for their contribution, and thank you all. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And And I want to thank the leader of the opposition and for his contribution. I want to thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution and member for East End, whose social is going on right now. I thank you so much for seeing the importance of this motion. Country before self. Thank you, sir. Any opportunity, Madam Speaker, to speak or debate in favor of our dear seniors is a great opportunity. There's no pros and cons. There's pros and cons to everything. And in listening to the leader of opposition contribution, and as the Deputy Premier alluded to earlier, there is dangers in everything. There is dangers in driving out of your driveway. There's risks everywhere. So, Madam Speaker, in my quick wrap, even a person who was 50, as I mentioned earlier, 1998, contributing to a pension plan, their monthly retirement payout would probably be about some $400 at best. Or in some cases, I've seen and heard as I walk about the districts and talk to people, $150 in some circumstances, in some instances, some people get from their pension. Hence the reason why they need to lean on government through NAU to get support to ensure that they can live a comfortable life. And that's depending on the salary that they were making. It's either this, Madam Speaker, or NAU right now for the comfort of our seniors. What is the other suggestions? Madam Speaker, I was listening to the opposition leader, and I know that the opposition leader and the Deputy Premier come from a banking background, but I was wondering how could you default on your loan when you're dead? I wasn't sure exactly what right. Yes, I appreciate that. Some of the echoes from the opposition is quite correct, and I kind of understand where they're coming from in terms of default. So, Madam Speaker, I agree that we need to ensure that the right policies and expertise is sought. But, Madam Speaker, in my presentation itself, I reminded the public and this honorable House that this motion is by no means the only option, and it should not be considered as the only option. It's just an option. And Madam Speaker, in my contribution earlier, I did mention, and speaking in terms of what the opposition leader said in terms of ensuring that they sought the right counseling, I did say that in my contribution, and I noted how important it is for persons to understand what it is that they're getting themselves into, and why it's important to seek advice from a qualified advisor. And this could cause a lot of confusion if a person passes with the family and the heirs, not really understanding what they got themselves into. But yes, and no, but just want to ensure that the public understands after hearing other utterances, yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I want to really thank I really want to thank the whole House, and I appreciate the contribution from the leader of the opposition in terms of the dangers and the risks in these plans. And we have a unique opportunity, as he said earlier, in trying to create something that is suitable for Cayman. And not everyone is going to take this up. I'm sure it's going to be very scary for some family members saying, oh, mommy or daddy, we really don't want you to do that. But then the children then would have to find an option to ensure that they help their parents live a good quality life. Because our intent here is to avoid, and we're not here saying that all the children of the Cayman Islands are mistreat their parents or don't treat them right or don't take care of their responsibilities and helping and doesn't have love and care for their families. We're not saying that at all. But there's some bad players out there, and we're trying to protect seniors that if there's no other option, that at least they have some option to fall back on, as Minister from West Bay said, and that they have an option, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we need to give our seniors some advantage. We just can't do business as usual. The government is trying to find ways to ensure that if they're blood players and who are not taking care of their parents, because we know that $150 is not enough for a person to live on monthly. You got utility bills, you got insurance, you got everything else in the world. That $150, if that's their pension plan, if that's all their pension plan is giving them, is not enough to take them through. So, Madam Speaker, the bad thing about it is that, and I hate to say this, is that once you become a politician, and if you lose your seat, God forbid, I have seen some very sad situations, especially with nobody wanting to hire you. Otherwise, and I'm not just doing this for politicians, by no means, but I'm just saying that, There's all kinds of situations out there. So, Madam Speaker, I want, if someone ever doubted, I want them to talk to that 70-year-old lady. Whew. I want to talk to that 70-year-old lady that has been coming to my office, who has been finding me wherever she can, so I can just talk to her about her situation, talk to the bank, give her some hope, try to find different options, send her to different places and financial institutions to see. But the lady is over 70. She still has a loan on the house. And she lives alone. Her children have their problems. A lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck. People are trying to carry them their own self. And some people just honestly can't help their parents with a lot. We just need to face it. So I think that this is something good for seniors. And Madam Speaker, if I was a senior, I would want something like this. And in fact, we need 10 more solutions or 10 more options for seniors as we go along as a government. We will find them and bring them forward. But Madam Speaker, while I wrap, I would like to mention 1 Timothy 5:1-2. Do not rebuke an older man harshly, but exhort him as he were your father. Treat younger men as brothers, older women as mothers, and younger women as sisters with absolute parity. And Madam Speaker, it goes on in Psalm 71:9. Do not cast me away when I am old. Do not forsake me when my strength is gone. Our seniors deserve this hope, Madam Speaker. As Edmund Burke said, when good men do nothing, and you can finish the rest. I thank you all. I commit this motion to the House. I ask for your full support. God bless.
The question is that the government consider introducing equity release mortgages and review and amend any relevant legislation to find a way in effectively using home equity. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 6 of 2022-2023 is duly passed.
Private member motion number 5 of 2022-23. Motion on a policy to increase building heights to 25 to 30 floors, to be moved by the elected member for West Bay West.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move private members' motion number 5, 2022-2023. A motion on a policy to increase building heights. It reads as follows. Whereas the Cayman Islands has become a world-class destination for upscale investors, and whereas the development of upscale buildings could be better facilitated with an increase in building heights, and whereas there is a need for better utilization of available land for the development of buildings to support the growing needs for infrastructure to support the island's continued growth and economic success in much pressing areas of housing and to support the development of new forms of commerce while reducing the development footprint, thereby reducing the land area required to support these key areas. Be it therefore resolved that the government consider implementing within the next 5 months a policy to increase building heights to 25 or 30 floors.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Madam Speaker, I beg to second motion number 5, private members motion number 5, 2022 to 2023.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members would know, I circulated an amendment, and I don't propose to go ahead with that amendment, and so I move under Standing Order 25-6 that that proposed amendment be withdrawn.
The motion to withdraw the amendment of the motion has been. Is there a seconder of the amendment? The amending motion?
Madam Speaker, I second the amendment of the motion. The
withdrawal.
Sorry, the withdrawal of the amended motion.
No. That's okay, Madam Speaker. I can enlighten the House as to what we're doing, if I may go ahead. Madam Speaker.
The question is that the motion to withdraw the amendment the question is that the withdrawal of the amendment has been moved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The withdrawal of the amendment to the motion has now been passed. For clarity,
Madam Speaker, now that the proposed amendment has been withdrawn, and to make it absolutely clear, that was for the 25 or 30 floors. And I propose to move an amendment at this time. And so I would do that in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 25-1 and 2. I, the Honorable W. McKeever Bush, elected member for West Bay West, seek to move the following amendment to private members motion number 5, 2022-2023, that the motion be amended by deleting 25 or 30 in the title and inserting 15 to 20. 2, deleting the words within the next 5 months in the be therefore resolved section, and 3, deleting 25 or 30 in the be therefore resolved section and inserting 15 to 20. The new resolved section will now read, be it therefore resolved that the government considers implementing a policy to increase building heights to 15 to 20 floors.
is there a seconder to the amendment?
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the amendment.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Member for West Bay West. The elected member for Red Bay.
Madam Speaker, just to ask the honourable member who is moving the motion if he could explain why there is a 15 to 20 proposal in terms of the number of stories. Is it 15 or is it 20 or is it something in between that is being proposed?
The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, in moving the motion in the very first instance, being in government before, I have always believed, and sometimes, whatever the position is, the best wording that you could put is for government to consider a matter which gives government all the leeway in the world that they need. I thought then to leave it open so that government will have leeway and as much discretion as possible where to place zones and other things that will be needed. I thought it best to leave the mechanics to the government. Members prefer to have a set figure. Me, I'll go 50 floors. Then they ask me, coming out of the church, where you want to go? I say, you see that cloud there? Just below it. Of course, that was the best answer, but no, it is me, that's my thing, but to get it where I wanted a debate here, I thought best to do it and hear from the Premier. I know who's going to speak, maybe other members will, maybe the opposition will. And that's where it stands. I just wanted it left and given as much discretion as possible.
The Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I could suggest to the member move of the motion. On a technical side, I think from a planning perspective, you may want to amend that motion to go to up to 200 feet, 300 feet versus stories, because the laws have been amended over the years because the issue with stories have caused quite a bit of trouble. It depends on whether a person has a 10-foot ceiling, a 15-foot ceiling. So you would say up to 200 feet, 220 feet, 300 feet, and then the developer can decide whether it's a 9-foot ceiling, a 10-foot ceiling, or a 12-foot ceiling.
That's where the mechanics come.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I thought I just thought I explained that I thought to give government the widest discretion possible and leave the mechanics to government because they will have the ideas. This house can't just take on everything like that.
Does any other member wish to? The elected member for West Bay West.
I thought we were at the point to take the vote on the amendment. I think I don't need to say any more than what has been said. At this point, I will speak to the amended motion.
The question is that the motion be amended as follows. That the government considers implementing a policy to increase building heights to 15 to 20 floors. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment to private members motion number 5 of 2022-2023 is duly passed. The motion as amended is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Madam Speaker, I am moving this motion because I feel strong about the ideas that have been discussed, talked about. Over a period of years now. And I firmly believe there needs to be a debate here in the House on the matter. I believe that there are issues that we face as a country that we can't leave to be debated just by social media and the sound bites and cut and paste process that some use in social media. We have to debate those issues here, and when we know the issue, we make sure don't leave the issues to negative and poisonous people. We are a developing country, and the day we stop doing that, we die. And for sure, we need to better manage our development. A good place to start is to find ways to save and make better use of our land. That is my intention for this motion, to make better use of our property. And that is so because some Caymanians have been able, and we're not going to say that this is not for Caymanians, this is for Caymanians. We want to recognize that there are Caymanians that have several acres and bigger tracts of land, and then there are Caymanians that have small plots of land. And I think we have to find ways, as they talked about earlier a while ago, when the DP and other members, I think, did a good job in talking about innovation and talking about how we need to shift the paradigm in the country. And that is simply, if we raise our building heights, we save on the development footprint. As the motion says in the third whereas portion, there is a need for better utilization of available land for the development of buildings to support the growing needs for infrastructure, to support the island's continued growth and economic success in much pressing areas of housing, and to support the development of new forms of commerce while reducing the development footprint, thereby reducing the land area required to support these key areas. And also, Madam Speaker, I would say that Madam Speaker, that taller buildings is entirely consistent with sustainability and climate resilience. Whenever we put it in place, when you elevate the ground floor, and I'm not a contractor, but I talk to contractors. When you elevate the ground floor, when you increase setbacks from the water, when you include mixed use to promote fewer cars, to to promote more walking and biking, when you include solar and other sustainable energy and other sustainable materials, yes, it is entirely consistent. And also, Madam Speaker, for those that say taller buildings means more people, I think they are wrong. You could build the exact same program in 2 or 3 10-story buildings, but with using more land. So I hope an improved position can actually become a reality. Madam Speaker, members of government on our side and under the opposition have talked about this for some time. And I think it's time this House makes up its mind, debate it, and say where we want the country to go to that extent. Yes, there are those who oppose it. And some of the opposers are well known as opposers to everything forward thinking. They are always against development. They are against dredging too, but they are the first ones to jump and build their big house on dredged up land. Some say we want no more development. When we stop that, tell me where the money is going to come from. They want better roads, better health care, better education, with more and better equipped school buildings. Just a while ago, the 2 ministers on the front bench were talking that we have to get a new school for West Bay, and we have to get a hurricane shelter or a disaster shelter of some kind. We want new airports, and I could go on and more. Housing. Where is the money coming from? And I have long fought the forces of evil that say we can get revenue from taxes on property, from value-added tax, and income tax, where a lot of the other countries boost their revenues, yes, but not me. That's not my position. That's why I got in trouble with the United Kingdom, because they gave me the ultimatum, do it. And I said, not today, Bobo. I'm against it. And if the poor people in this country listen to some of these people, if they think things are bad, well, let this country get to a position where we have lost our 3 revenue bases, our financial services, tourism, and the flows from them of development. And then the proposers of taxation win their cause. Then our poor people will see real poverty. I believe that changed building heights, and I'm not saying that all of it's going to go to 15 or 20 stories, and I'm not going to say that it can be for housing either. You might have to do it. We might have to do it. And I think that a change building heights will help all around bring the necessary sustainability we talk about. Madam Speaker, in doing any kind of development, and this is one thing some of my colleagues say, and I agree with them, we must get something more as a country from the investment. So in giving any heights, whether it's 15 or 20, government would have to negotiate to get more than planning fees. And so for the impact it caused, benefits must be gotten for the country to address the impacts that it will create, because it will do some of that. But I'm not going to listen to these people who in the morning want everything, in the afternoon they don't know how you're going to pay for it. I'm not listening to them. I've lost governments here over my 10 terms. Lost my seat. 2. But look at it. They complained and complained about me moving back the road. When I say me, my administration. Some of the first ones I saw in that bypass giving me thumbs up. I say, yeah, it looked like you would do that. They were the first ones jumping on it. And I can tell the world, if we hadn't done it, I don't know what would have happened to the western side of the country. It would be worse. Be worse, because we only had one in and out down there. But we took the decision, took the blows, took the accusations, took the investigations for it. But we done the right thing. I am here to lead, to represent, and to lead. That's what I'm elected for. Make the decision and do it if it is good for the country. And I know, Madam Speaker, as I've said, we need to better manage our development. We need to get it. You need to get something from it. No, that hotel is building around the turn, or that roundabout. We need that kind of hotel. But I didn't give it to them. I said no. I wanted that to do something else with. But for the people, for the country, the piece next to the public beach. We got a better public beach, except for the things that go down there, that go on down there now, Madam Speaker. Some of that not good, but we got a better public beach. We got something out of putting that road back. When they were going to build Camana Bay, we begged Caymanians in this town, please open up late at night. Please extend your buildings. Oh no, we can have to pay overtime. Well, an investor came and they built a city. They wasn't going to get it because they couldn't get it if they didn't have the 2 canals. DEH or DE, the Department of Environment. That one said, no, not getting it. And I said, well, tell me why. Oh, digging the Queen's bottom, taking down swamp. I said, well, we have to do some of that. But I want this for it. I want a park in each country, each district. And we got that as a government. We got that. I said I want a youth center in West Bay, and I wanted to give it to the church I belong to. They didn't want to do that either, but we found a way to get it, and they got it. Over $300,000 and built it. Madam Speaker, we had to get something out of what we do. Not just the road, but we have to get something else out of it. That's the way I think, from the bigger investors. And I firmly believe that we need, whatever we do now, government in there, when they go to do all of it, to put it all together, they have to put, as I said, to get something out of it that is going to cause, we're going to get the negative impacts, yes, but we have to manage it better. And there are a lot of plans coming and being talked about to be able to do that, and I think we will. We have to manage our development, and there is plans on the table somewhere. Maybe it is not where it needs to be at the present time, or where some people think that more needs to be done as far as a plan should be. But the experience, just let me tell you, the experience has been when plan of ideas has been made public. The discussion really begins at that time. That's when it begins. When something should take 3-4 months, it's going to take, when you put that out in the public domain, it will take years for the naysayers to be back and forth with the opposition to its contents. And I suspect the only reason it won't happen here this time is if the naysayers are given everything they want. But I remind us all, governments have been lost because of a development plan. The 1976 administration, every one of them was swept out because they wanted a development plan. In Cayman today, some people, as I say, want everything, but want nothing to change. That can't work. That can't work. And so, Madam Speaker, there is a lot that can be said about this matter, and I know there are others that are prepared and ready to debate and put their ideas forward, and I would ask that that's what needs to be done. But as the DP said earlier, we can find every way under the sun to not do something. I believe we must do something. There are pros and cons to every issue. So, Madam Speaker, I trust after what, 3 amendments now, that the motion will get a safe hearing and a vote that is in the positive for the betterment of the whole matter of development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, before we continue with the debate, I'm going to take this time to take a 15-minute suspension.